What?
Stream is muted on my end, so I don't get double audio.
Right.
But yeah, it is a surprise the 7th gen had so many peripherals and all of them saw significant use. Well, most of them. There were some that didn't.
Well, stuff like Rock Band are almost an assured shoe-in.
Yeah, but like, you still had the Kinect, the PS Move, the Wii Balance Board, and Wii Zapper. That sort of thing, you know.
I guess I'm surprised that the Move apparently did well, because I actually had it, but like never actually used it myself, because I didn't have very many games.
It had a decent amount of games for it. It's more that the Kinect was more popular than it, because of the fact that Kinect didn't need a controller and worked better as a result, you know.
Right.
It had full body tracking movement, which allowed for like dance games to have more accurate movements than you would have on, say, Just Dance.
Yeah, I suppose. But I guess that's also part of why... I don't know, I'm not sure I would consider the extra peripherals the PlayStation did to be successful by comparison.
It was decently successful, and not that they reused it for the controllers for PSVR on PS4. Plus, some games had updates to support PS Move, most notably Little Big Planet and Infamous 2. Little Big Planet 2 and 3, I mean.
Of course,
Infamous?
Just because they got support, I don't know how many people actually bought it.
Well, I know the Little Big Planet PS Move Pack was one of the more popular DLCs for that game, so that one I know. But that's only because I'm used to be a huge Little Big Planet fan.
Alright, well, let's get started here. So I guess this will be our first day with Advance Wars 2, Reboot Camp Edition. I know very little about it.
I'm only one mission into Advance Wars 2, and I've never beaten the GBA original, so this will be somewhat blind to me past a certain point. You know.
I guess it's gonna be largely blind for me, so we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I think I got mission 14, which is like roughly a third through the game, if I recall. Either way, I didn't get very far, so...
On the once peaceful continents of Macroland, the Black Hole Army begins to tighten its iron grip of domination.
Yeah, I remember Cosmo Land was the continent of the first game.
Right.
So
hey,
now
bud, sorry.
Macroland.
Thanks for love.
And the next game is in Omega Land, Dual Strikers. So each game is on a different continent.
Provide me with an update on the Macroland invasion. Proceeding as expected, Lord Sturm. The commanding officers have each completed their tasks.
And our objective is clear, yes? Yes, my lord.
To establish a base of black hole operations here on Wordsworld. Indeed. It was not so long ago that I personally instigated a great conflict here between the various armies. Let's not to turn them against one another, and then conquer all amidst the unrest. And yet, I failed in my goal. That was in Cosmoland, was it not, Lord Sturm? I will not make the same mistake again. This time I will establish our base here in Macroland first, and then attack with the utmost confidence, strength, and time needed to assure victory. To that end, I require materials and funding. For war is anything but a cheap affair.
Yes.
Do not worry, my lord. The CEOs have been given their orders. They will transport all that you desire from the lands they seize.
Hawk, do not fail me.
Hawk is a badass, by the way, as you'll see later on in the game.
Would be disappointing if he wasn't, considering he's set up as the right-hand man.
Yeah.
Hey, Itagira Rooster. Yeah, so I assume it's walking out challenge again.
Until you beat the game, probably, again.
To see us.
Oh no, it's Andy again.
Andy, Max, thanks for coming so quickly. You're not gonna believe this, but the Black Hole
Hey, at
Army's
least
back.
you've got slightly more use for a hand because of the new mechanics.
Wow, we're not gonna believe this, but the Black Hole Army's back despite the fact that we failed to catch Sturm at the end of the first game. Who'da thunk it?
Funny enough, Starrock, there is a hack of this game where you do get to play Black Hole in the main campaign. The problem is that thanks to a weird glitch in the game's coding, it shows if it's not a Black Hole CEO you're facing, it shows a mystery. It shows like a giant question mark. Which they kept to keep suspense in that game's campaign.
I forgot to change all my stuff over. Whoops. I was a little too distracted.
Oops. Max Force.
Well, maybe they need some after-school tutoring. And by that I mean facing the full might of the Orange Star Army. Not like actual after-school lessons.
What do you know about that, Andy? You're dumb!
Yeah, we got it, Andy. Just point me in their direction, Sammy, and let me at them. Slow down, Andy. We're not in Cosmoland anymore. We don't even have their location pinpointed yet. That's probably important, huh? Here in War's world, as you know, there are several continents.
Really?
Oh no. Andy continues to not know about anything ever. Really? Continents?
Hey, at least
You twerp.
Yeah.
You have no idea what a continent is, do ya?
I do so.
Hey, you're not calling me dumb, are you?
Yes.
Just saying that people who don't know anything don't know nothing.
All right, knock it off, you two.
This is neither the time nor place for that. We've got more pressing matters to attend to. According to Nell, Macroland is the focus of the conflict, which is why I called you guys. Sturm's forces have been spotted in Orange Star territory, and they've been attacking other nations too. What about our allies in Blue Moon and Gold Comet? Are they also under attack? Yes and yes. Green Earth too. Intel is sketchy, but I take a guess that they're also working to push the Black Hole Army back.
Oh yeah.
Allies in Blue Moon that aren't named Grit?
Woo!
This is Ally plural.
It'll be a family reunion. We'll show old Buckethead where to stuff his tubes. Andy, this is war. Do you really think it's anything to get so excited about?
Yes.
Sammy, do you understand what setting you're in? What's a continent? Is it like an airport? Totally.
Well, to be fair, this game is made to be a lot darker than the first game. Dual Strike even more so, and then Days of Ruin just busted the door wide open.
Well, I guess we'll see.
It like gradually got darker game by game until Days of Ruin, basically.
No, yeah, I know, but it's just... It'll be nice to see everyone again, and... Anyway, what are we waiting for? Let's go find a continent.
Wait a sec, Andy. Andy!
He's gone. You know, the kid's got the right idea. We have to go into battle sooner or later. We had to just dive right in. Besides, Sturm's no pushover. He probably knows our weaknesses better than we do. If we're gonna beat him again, we gotta stop his forces before he gains too much strength. Might be too late already. I know. You're right. It's been so peaceful around here lately, too. Anyhow, I've got a hunch Nell is ready to give us all a little refresher course on the basic ops, common ops before we head out. That's fine. After all, you can never have too much training, right?
Oh yeah!
Rather just get out there, but I guess you're right. Bring it on, Nell. Oh no.
Yeah, you got the field training if you want still. Same ones as first game.
Black. The new enemy has planted its flag on orange star soil. Face off with Black Hole's troops and draw them out. He appears to have forgotten his shirt.
Hey, what gives? Why
Yeah.
does Orange Starlight
It's funny
broken
because in the original game there was a mistranslation that made him joke about indirect bombers.
Longer than we had anticipated.
You don't hear so good.
New Year's so good, soldier. I asked for victory, not excuses.
Yes, sir.
Ellie, we have reports of a new Orange Star CO arriving soon now, sir.
Lord Black.
If we continue pushing forward, our casualties are likely to be, well, very high, sir. Not much choice here, so we fight to the last unit. And this new hotspot, or hotshot, Orange Star CO. Tell me more.
So as you can see, Black is a replacement for Olaf as the starter villain.
Andy just loves a good war.
Yeah.
Doesn't everyone? At least, seems like everyone here is pretty gung-ho about it.
Especially in the Battalion Wars games.
Phew, that was close. Okay, we've taken care of the majority of Black Hole's forces here, but they're proving more dangerous than I anticipated.
No, already took care of most of them.
Commander, we've located the remaining enemy units, preparing to launch pursuit. Understood. I'll take it from here, soldier. Dismissed.
No!
What's going on? Are you okay?
Andy!
Thank you for coming so quickly. I'm sorry for the sudden call.
Oh, yeah!
Just point me at the bad guys.
Settle down, Andy.
I've already wiped out most of the enemy. Ah, shoot. I was hoping to impress you with my improved battle skills. Press X to doubt. I wouldn't be so cavalier, Andy. This isn't training. It's the real deal. You might be a mechanical wizard, but I don't think you're as combat ready as you'd like to believe. I'll let you take it over, under my guidance, of course, but are you sure you know the best strategy to win?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's get started! Just remember, not every battle is the same, and there's more than one path to victory.
After you too, Kirby.
Do we need to go over the terms of victory, or how the terms of victory work again? I don't think we do. Ah, come on now.
We already...
This isn't my first battle or my first war. I'm practically an old pro at this combat stuff. Of course, I was just teasing you, Andy. Now, take command and make me proud.
My first battle or my first war. You know, if this were the original release, I could see them at least having a reason to include that dialogue. But since this is a compilation, and I don't know why they did, you know.
That's one
Well.
tough lady.
Gotta take a shot or two at Andy, I guess.
Fair enough.
That's one tough lady. You don't wonder if I can even win with these sad sack grunts. This is where the fun starts. Hey, Nell, remind me, we're fighting the Black Hole Army, right? Yes, however, it isn't CERN we're facing this time. It appears to be another CO. I get the impression that whoever it is just wants to, smash things. Well, nobody on our team's getting smashed while Andy's around.
Yeah.
There's the optimism I expected. Keep it up.
Well, yeah, like I said, my parents are out of town these next 2 weeks. This week and next week, so I don't have to move my PC.
That's quite convenient.
They're in Rome. They're gonna see the Vatican too, because we're Catholic, so that's gonna be nice.
That's, quite the trip.
Yep. It's their first time in Europe. The first two, they focus exclusively on Great Britain and France. Not the APC!
Whatever will I do? Surely not fire artillery at them.
I love Black Hole's aesthetic. It's really good just because they're meant to be aliens. Well, at the very least. And however, it is implied that at the very least Black was recruited from Black Hole for improving himself as a human in War's world.
It's hard to imagine him proving himself when Nell's assessment is he just likes to smash things.
He smashed better than the rest of them.
So you're saying that Black Hole has a pretty lax recruitment policy.
For COs, probably.
Well, you know what? I guess I shouldn't be surprised their standards are low. They decided the best cloning project was Andy, so...
Yeah. To be fair, they also do a sorting algorithm of evil for, like, the various characters. I believe Hawk is also an alien like Sturm, but I'm not sure about the other two that you'll meet. Because there's one per continent, you know.
I'm the strongest CEO on this side of the equator. Other side too, probably. Ah, yes. So strong. My APC is quivering in fear.
That's a good line, not gonna lie.
Andy, did you notice the display up there is filling with energy? That's the CO power meter. Over the course of battle, energy will gradually build up. If you notice it flashing, your CO power is ready to go. When the CO power is ready, you can activate it by selecting power from the map menu. But keep an eye on your enemies' CO power meter as well. They won't hesitate to use their own CO power against us. If you ever want to check intel on the CO powers, check CO from the map menu.
Oh yeah, you might want to check that right now, because there's an... You notice how there's 6 bars instead of 3?
I mean, there was never 3 in the first game either. It was just one continuous bar. At least for boot camp.
Well, though, if it fills up halfway, that's your normal CO power, basically.
Right.
This is why they make the rest of the bar slightly bigger.
Hyper repair upgrade.
Plus 5 HP, more firepower, and movement. As you can see, Super CO powers are meant to be worth the wait.
Right. Well, they'd have to be, otherwise no one would ever use it. We'd get a case like, say with FF6, with sword tech stuff, whereas it was never
Oh,
worth
God.
using anything beyond the first sword tech, really.
Yeah, no one ever does. It's kind of like, but that being said, remember I mentioned cloning and he doesn't get hyper upgrade. So he's useless in Advance Wars 2 battles.
So, Black Hole's standards are very low.
Once again, yes. However, Star only has a Super CO power, which makes sense given how busted it is.
The Flax units may randomly strike with a modifier of firepower between -10 and +15.
Yeah.
Brute Force. Flax units randomly strike with a modifier of firepower between +40 and -20. And they also gain 10 defense. Or +80 and -30, and they gain 10 defense.
The 10
Oh, hey.
is better than the firepower modifier, let's be real.
This screen also shows the enemy TO meter now.
Yep.
That's definitely something that I was annoyed about in the first game, so this is a very good UI upgrade.
Yep. So they will do 0 damage sometimes.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, -20 and -30 is a lot.
It makes you not want to use him, but it makes sense, because he's dumb. You can go become drinking buddies with Kim and Olaf, I guess.
I suppose so. Oh, that artillery couldn't have defended the HQ anyway, but he didn't even try. Hey, all you villain types, listen up! Lord Star Army is here and I order you to surrender. You did it, Andy! This entire area has been liberated.
Yeah.
But wasn't it kinda easy? I'm good, but not that good.
Yes.
I've got a feeling that was just a taste of the battles ahead. But for now, let's celebrate your victory. Keep up the good work, Andy. Wow, Andy talking himself
That's
up and
just
no
a
one
taste of
gainsaying
my
it.
skill.
Truly, this is a world of madness.
True.
Hey, Knight. Andy OP for real. Just because of his plot armor. Ooh, Sammy versus Black now, huh?
Lord Black!
Orange Star forces have been sighted on the opposite shore!
Is that all they got?
Send out my big, beautiful tanks. They have the range to roll over them. I'll crush them like ants or leaves or... What else is tiny and easy to crush?
Orange Star COs. I'd be tough.
I saw a copy of the original version of this game on my local retro selling GameStop, actually.
They won't know what hit them.
Like the original Advance Wars 2. I'll probably...
Were they asking much for it?
No, it was only $30 or less if I recall, so it was pretty cheap.
So not too high demand. Actually, I guess that makes sense with Reboot Camp's release.
Yeah. Dual Strike was... It's more expensive than Dual Strike, though. Which... The only reason I would get Advance Wars 2 OG is for Dual Strike to begin with, because Dual Strike has a has a slot 2 bonus where you get 2 maps in the shop for versus mode from Advance Wars 2 and 2 from Advance Wars 1 if you slot them in the slot 2 of your DS.
Oh boy, one of those bonuses, huh?
It was an early DS game. What do you expect? They love those on early DS. Transfer all your Pokemon over! Oh yeah, don't you know that you can unlock all the super moves in Spider-Man 2 if you insert this random Spider-Man GBA game? Put in Tactics Advance 1 into Tactics Advance 2! That sort of thing, you know.
Yeah. Although I guess it can't ever be weirder than Mario Kart Double Dash giving stuff for Sacred Stones.
It was actually FE7.
Or was it 7? Okay. Well, giving it for 7. Either way, it's still really weird.
It was because of the demo. The bonus disc was a demo disc.
Alright.
They had something similar for Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3, and that where they just kind of demoed this. That also included an arcade release of Star Wars Arcade where you could play on the Cube.
Still a strange idea.
It is. However, it's funny because I actually got one of my former friends had Double Dash bonus discs. So when I got the FE7 card that I got in Chicago, I messaged her and was like, "We're doing this now." And she's like, "Eyes emoji."
Of course. Good to see a volunteer to go and clear the fog, of course. That's why that mountain's there, obviously. Commander, it's tough to see through this fog, but enemy troops have been spotted on the far side of the river.
Huh?
Are you sure? Here, in this rural area. What are your orders, ma'am? Listen up. We need to seize ops and attack. We can't allow the enemy a foothold this deep in Orange Star territory. Good assessment, Sammy. That's just the tactical sense I expected from a Special Forces commander.
Yes!
Nell, you're here! I was wondering if you'd make it to Macroland.
Yes.
Of course I made it. I'm tracking down the COs invading Orange Star. Sammy, can I trust you to take care of this situation?
Yep.
Yes, ma'am! But if you have some advice you could offer, I'd feel much more confident. Of course, Sammy. I'm always happy to impart some knowledge.
Do you need me to explain?
Nah, we're good now. You're always prepared, Sammy. Just remember, we can use mountains for extra visibility and always check forests for hidden units. The enemy is using the terrain to conceal its troops, right? Well, you can do that too. In fact, using terrain to hide can be an excellent strategy. Don't need explanation there either. Use recon to scout out enemies for the rocket to target. I know you got this under control, Sammy. Let's show Black Hole they can't hide from us.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. With the Commander-in-Chief at our side, I'm more confident than ever that we'll be victorious.
I guess I was saying she, although I'm no longer friends with her, she's a very big fan of GBA trilogy, so that's why she eyes the emoji when I got it, aside from just the Double Dash monster stuff. You know? She especially eyes emojis when I got FE8 shortly after, because that's her favorite FE ever. You get the point, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't really know your friends, so.
Former friend. We're not friends anymore. Just that she was a big fan of GBA trilogy, especially FE8.
Our infantry has reported finding Orange Star properties. Enemy cities, huh? Well, it ain't that exciting, but at least capturing properties builds up our resources.
Listen up, you goons.
But if you nail down, you steal it. Got it? One kids with full HP should be able to secure a property in 2 days. Let's get to it. We gotta bankroll this war if we're gonna come out on top.
At least he knows that much.
Allegedly.
But yeah, like... Well enough, the double ass bonus disc was the only reference that we had for Elamine prior to Heroes. Which is really hilarious that they locked portrait character art of a major backstory character for FP6 and 7 behind a demo disc.
Well, they probably weren't thinking too hard about it.
Yeah. They unlocked the items that were originally meant for Mark back when they were originally supposed to be an early prototype for Chris. So you can use the emblem weapons as well as it unlocks songs from Genealogy and Mystery in the music viewer.
Nice country you got here!
Yeah.
Mind if I take it?
Lord Black!
Our troops have encountered Orange Star in battle. What are your orders? You sure? I can't see anything in the spacesuit. Well, if you see him, you blast him. Got it. Now get moving.
It's done. Blast them! They used to have a Star Wars sound clip matching game that was released before Episode 1 was coming out, so the hype was real for Star Wars coming back. You know? It had a bunch of sound clips from the original trilogy, basically. You had to match them. But everyone can only take one turn if they improperly matched. So I have a lot of original trilogy quotes memorized just because of that board game.
Huh. That's an interesting implementation.
It was an early prototype. It was the 90s, so sound-based board games weren't exactly common yet either. You know.
Wait, why did he just drive up? It was a tank versus a recon. He could have done so much damage.
Again, Black's not smart.
But he likes to smash stuff.
Fair enough.
It's like his entire gimmick.
You're irrelevant.
Expand the gremlin. Black seems to be missing a few brain cells, yes. Shockingly, he might be...
as much as Andy, though.
I don't know. He actually seems to be missing more than Andy. At least Andy sometimes understands standard tactics. Black just does attack, attack, attack.
Fair enough.
You know what? No wonder they thought cloning Andy was a brilliant idea, because he's somehow better than their other COs.
Well, at least this one.
Although Sturm threw pretty hard too in the first game, so I don't know, make it that way you will.
Well, he didn't throw so hard at so much as he got caught, to be fair.
I mean, he set up a trap that lured in Sonya. The game more or less tried to imply he set the whole thing up. So in theory, he had everyone in the palm of his hand, and then question mark?
Fair enough. Just have to make sure good guys win somehow. to be fair, that mission's pretty hard. So like, for all intents and purposes, he did basically win.
I mean, it's hard, but also he had all the advantages and he threw them away.
So I did a dum-dum today in order to copy of the whole Tony Hawk's Pro Skater N64 trilogy. What makes it dum-dum is that most of that cost is made up by THPS Free, because that was the last officially licensed N64 game.
So
So you
that
can see why it would be expensive.
that makes it rarer then?
Yep. Because it's the last officially licensed N64 game, and it was delayed compared to the 6th gen versions. The 6th gen versions came out in 2001. The PS1 and N64 versions came out in 2002. So more than likely, if you're playing THPS Free, you're playing on GameCube, Xbox, or PS2.
Oh, that was the last
You
unit.
know.
Well, I guess I won't be capping that headquarters.
That being said, despite being made for the last gen hardware at the time, oh, you can go.
Not bad, ladies. You're the Black Hole CO? Why, you look nothing more than a common thug. I'd like to know who's really in charge of...
Yeah. Will you shut your trap?
Hey, wait!
He's gone. And even worse, he was rude. Does no one understand how to capture COs in these games? That guy really gets under my skin, and I barely just met him. Channel that energy, Sammy. We're lucky to have you on our side. Don't get you started on wasting money. I mean, at the end of the day, everyone has to have hobbies or else they go insane.
Yeah. In any case, as I was saying, like, despite being released a half year later for PS1 and N64, it actually had a decent conversion to the last gen consoles at the time. So that's interesting.
These guys escape more than FE bosses. True.
I've been defeated, but I can't fall here. Yeah, neither one said it.
The Four Hounds could learn a thing or two, maybe, from Flack.
Or Stern, for that matter.
Oh, two wild animals stand with an ocean between them. Their armies are ready. Let the hostilities begin. Wow. That's quite the assessment of Max. I don't know.
I mean, the point is like the COs of Black Hole in this game are each meant to be an evil counterpart of a CO from one of the main armies.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, but also, like, describing Max as a wild animal is a little bit off target, I'd say, but whatever.
Fair enough.
Yo! Hey! Orange Star Dogs! Can you hear me?
Lord Black!
Your microphone, sir.
Come on.
Micro! It's too complicated. Hey! Orange Star! Are you out there? Or are you out there scared to face me?
What's all the racket, buddy? You lonely or something?
Max.
Oh, that reminds me. So, tangent here. Yesterday, I watched the Knuckles miniseries for Sonic,
I have that.
and there's a scene where Wade is yelling to another guy down the road, and they're like they're basically making one-liners at each other, but at normal volume. And they can't actually hear each other, so they start yelling down the road, "I can't hear you!" The exchange goes on for several minutes. This makes me think of that.
To be fair, that miniseries was such a meme. It's not as good as the main films.
It was a meme, but like I feel like the energy from it is exactly what they used for Sonic 3, but they just ratcheted it up after.
To be fair, in Sonic 3 they did it a lot better than that miniseries.
Right, like, and I mean it in a good way too, because like, I think of I think of the absurd comedy energy that the Knuckles miniseries and Sonic 3 have, and the quotes, like the analog that comes to mind is like Kung Fu Hustle, and I adore that movie.
Fair enough. You should watch Kong Power to the Fist. Speaking of Kung Fu Hustle, I've recommended that before.
Yeah, one of these days I'll have to get around to it. It's one of those classic films that I've had sort of on the list, the back burner, but since I don't watch too many movies, I get to them very, very slowly.
Fair enough. But yeah, like, speaking of Knuckles miniseries, they might be including elements of 06 in Sonic 4, because we hear 4 notes of his world in the teaser. But if that's the case, then Iblis can't be there, because Knuckles off screen tends to get the flames of disaster.
I guess, well, it seems like they're just copy-pasting whatever they feel like fits into the movie verse.
Yeah,
so not necessarily pulling along like the extra baggage that follows the ideas. They're just kind of like, yeah, this sounds cool. We'll find another explanation for this and paste it in.
Especially since like the first film was fully original, the second one was 2 and 3 and Knuckles, and the third is Shadow of 2005, and that's it too. So,
right. Well, it had elements, but they clearly reinterpreted a lot of stuff so that they could make it fit their universe.
Yeah, at least in the second and third, because the first again was wholly original.
Right. Well, the first was original, but also, I mean, clearly playing into first game's Green Hill Zone too. 'Cause
yeah.
they just had like that copy paste in the introduction where he was running through it.
Not only that, but the fact the city takes place in this really named Green Hills.
Right. Yeah, that too. They couldn't resist. You've still not seen any of the live-action Sonic stuff? I would recommend them. They're very good popcorn flicks.
They are.
Mario animated movies, I still.
Furious style popcorn flicks, because that's more action heavy. The Sonic films are like popcorn flicks, and they actually know what they're doing with the franchise, which so is Mario, funnily enough.
But the third one is basically like one continuous action sequence, though. Anytime you think there's an actual breather, it's like, we're taking a breather and someone comes through the wall.
Fair enough, but I'm talking more like in general, they're not like Fast and Furious style popcorn flick, because in general the action has...
Yeah, that's fair. Fast and the Furious is, I guess, trying to feed into a slightly...
Fast and Furious films when they became pure action.
They're trying to feed it to a slightly different crowd, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess they're trying to be more serious, I suppose, whereas Sonic is, they know they're silly and lean straight into it.
Pretty much. More serious popcorn flick versus self-aware. More.
Right. Yeah, I haven't seen Galaxy yet, but I enjoyed the first Mario movie a lot. I would also recommend it.
I like how a lot of modern video game movies understand the assignment, and we have Angry Birds of all franchises to blame for that.
Jim Carrey, you loved him in the Sonic movies, yeah. I mean, Jim Carrey kind of makes the Sonic movies in a lot of places.
I mean, to be fair, if we're going off of video game films, that's kind of the same for 90s ones like Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. If it weren't for Raul Julia and whoever played Shang Tsung, would those movies be as beloved as they are?
Probably not, no. Instead,
Especially Mortal Kombat's case.
yeah, instead we'd get remembrance of how terrible the first live-action Mario Brothers was.
Yeah, at least Mortal Kombat's movie is considered a classic. The original one, not like Annihilation or the first reboot. But like, which reminds me, speaking of, but yeah, Angry Birds turning around the video game movie curse was on my radar last decade, but then because of the Angry Birds films, we have like Detective Pikachu, Mario, totally Legend of Zelda. You get the point, right? Like, we have all these good video game movies now.
Was Angry Birds really the first one out of all those?
First good one since Mortal Kombat in the 90s, yes.
Right, but... I didn't remember hearing too much about that. So...
The second one was better received, but the first was closer to the game.
I guess I didn't...
Just
it
so
probably
you know,
didn't get...
Mighty Eagle... The Mighty Eagle in the second Angry Birds film canonically is the reason for that film's plot.
Well, I don't have too much knowledge of Angry Birds, it's just that I didn't hear, I guess, too much advertising in my neck of the woods, which, technically speaking,
Fair
is
enough.
not the place where most
But also,
corporations
like-
would care to advertise, but...
Even
Yeah.
then, we still have the occasional bad video game film, like Borderlands or Monster Hunter. But at the very least, they mostly turn around their rep, you know? You get the point. Like, for
Yeah.
the most part, there's still some oddballs attempts, but at the very least.
Learning the behind-the-scenes stories for the first Mario Brothers movie was definitely a trip. Two people basically egoed the whole project and refused any advice.
Sounds alright. Funny enough, the actor who played Luigi found people who liked the film in conventions in the years since and turned around, and those fans helped him turn around his own opinion of it. I found this out from a Time Magazine article they published in the Mario 40th anniversary edition.
I'm shocked that there are actually fans for the movie, not gonna lie.
I was too! Maybe in an unintentional way?
It would have to be in an unintentional way. I don't know how anyone taking it seriously could...
It has to be like a Mystery Science Reader way. I don't see any other
Probably.
way.
Because, like, Kid Me was pretty excited as a Mario fan, and then it was just like, what is this? I'm so
Yeah.
confused.
How did Bowser become a CEO? That's weird.
Yeah. Even that, I don't think I was thinking too hard about it. More that I was like, it felt so disconnected from what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Kid Me would have been...
We went and got the Illumination film as a kid.
Yeah, Kid Me would have been looking for something that was like, ah, yes, it mostly follows the Mario Brothers 3 plot or something. But
Which is
yeah,
exactly what we got of Illumination. The rare good Illumination film that's not named Despicable Me 1.
how is it too heroic to be a CEO? Well, let's not get too carried away on that. I know he's helped Mario a few times, but
one of Bowser's defining characteristics is that he cares for his minions, at least in the games.
but that only goes so far when he's leading an evil empire.
Fair enough.
It was the married couple that they got as directors, and they rewrote the entire script, basically ignoring the source material because they wanted it to be their movie.
Explains a lot.
uh,
That explains
What?
a lot.
oh, where was this? Where'd they get this couple and, like... Like, were was this couple actually known or something? That they could just be able to make these decisions without Nintendo being like, hello?
Well, to be fair, this was like the NES era too. Nintendo only had it 4D in the video game market, and not on their own IPs elsewhere. That's why
Oh.
Geek Entertainment had all those cartoons, you know, of Mario and Legend of Zelda and Captain N.
I mean, I guess, but they still would have had to be able to license it out, right? Because they would have owned the property even if they wouldn't have had as much control as they do now.
Yeah, they licensed it out, didn't have the quality control, and that's part of why they were so averse for it for like 30 years.
You doubt Nintendo had that kind of quality control back then? I mean, I would have expected them to at least step in enough to be like, hey, this is not anything like our thing. Maybe you're a little off track. Maybe a lot off track. Because it's not like that would be far from, say, micromanagement level. That'd be just like, hey, your script is a whole lot of nothing. What's going on?
Who knows? Either way, it's part of why they waited until the late 2010s to start doing stuff like this again.
Right. People thought they were going to be the next big thing at the time, but that movie basically destroyed their careers. Entirely deserved if they're going to go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
They took a calculated risk, and boy, were they bad at math.
That's a good one.
They were also desperate because they had been looking for a director for over a year. Oh, really? So is it just that... Yeah, I guess at that point in time, I guess big name directors are probably looking at that and be like, it's kid crap. I'm not gonna direct something like that.
That's why Mortal Kombat had to prove it. The first Mortal Kombat was met with skepticism because of the Mario film. And that proved not only to be a box office success, but
Right.
critical success too, so...
Yeah.
So if they,
And I guess Mario wouldn't even be the only example, too, because, like, you got Double Dragon in there, too.
Oh god! Forgot about that one. And then but like Street Fighter as well. If it weren't for Al Drew and
Yeah.
Jean-Claude Van Damme, that would probably be a mess.
Yeah, those two had pretty good chemistry. The rewriting, or I guess ignoring of source material for a lot of the other characters would probably have undone them if not being carried
Zangief
by...
as a villain. Why?
Yeah.
Why make the Russian a villain when he's especially one of the heroes?
Oh, you know why. There was definitely some agenda going on there.
Definitely.
This Mario thing's gonna be bad. Don't want to attach your name to a fitting property. Yeah, clearly. Alright, I guess I should get moving into the mission, huh? What's with all the racket, buddy? You lonely or something?
Huh?
Would you look at that?
Look at that.
Oh.
A talking dog.
It's weird though, it's just like voice line, 3 end voice lines, suddenly voice line again.
Ah!
What do you say? If anyone here is a talking dog, it's you, CO Labrador. I ain't no Labrador, or any kind of dog, I'm Flack. Flack? What's that, some sort of code name? What's up, guy? Name's Max, and you're gonna tell me what you jerks are doing rampaging through our country, got it? Your country? Orange Star belongs to Black Hole Army now. You gonna cry about it? Come on out here and I'll give you a pacifier. Yeah, baby.
Let's do this.
First the dog and now a baby. Pick a metaphor, buddy. Meantime, I'll be wiping the battlefield with you. Let's do this.
So a friend of mine and I were talking an interesting thing today.
That big dopey brute thinks he can just show up and... Max, calm down. What? No. To ease your head is to lose the fight. That was one of the lessons I taught you, remember? Yes, of course, but it's just... Stay calm, use your head. Let's drive these fiends from our borders, okay?
Yeah.
You got it, let's roll. Now, Max, I know you're a combat veteran, but if you're rusty, copters can be a bit tricky to handle. You deployed copters? Well, it's been a while since I've dealt with air units. But at least I have a medium tank. Bigger and stronger. What else do I need?
Yes.
Okay, medium tanks are useful, I'll give you that one. And in the knockdown drag-out world of direct combat, you're the champ, but incorporating copters into your strategy could be do a lot for you. Do you need me to go over copter tactics? Nah, we're
Come
good.
on.
When it comes to firing, air units act the same as ground units. In head-to-head battle, I can't be beaten. I think I got all this. However, indirect combat is another story. I just can't get the hang of those units, but he needs them anyway. I have to admit that your unique powers occasionally overcome that particular shortcoming, so I can't fault your confidence. Just try not to overdo it.
Do you need me to explain?
Nah, we're good.
Let's do it.
Anti-air takes out flying units. Told you I don't need any indirect combat units. I'll steamroll this goon flat without breaking a sweat. Max, missile units are very powerful. Don't ignore yours just because your range is tiny. Yeah, I thought we'd already covered that. Just hear me out, Max. To see your unit's firing range, press and hold B while the cursor's over them. In your case, since the ranges are kind of small, it's especially important you take a look. I got it already, you don't have to keep reminding me. But, yeah, I'll admit it. Knowing your weak points is pretty important. Wow, Max, you've come a long way. I never thought I'd hear those words coming from you.
Yes.
Hey, it's about time we show these reptiles who they picked the wrong country to set foot in. Let's go! She calls it tiny, but it's only -1 range, which, well, it can become a problem.
Not too bad.
Yeah, I would hardly call 4 range tiny.
It leaves a bigger blind spot, though.
A little bit,
In
yeah.
any case. So, funny enough, I was talking with a friend of mine earlier today about an interesting hypothesis. You know how New Mystery Emblem was 2011 in Japan and Awakening was 2012 in Japan?
I guess I've never looked at the release dates for that too closely, but
Well,
sure.
me and a friend of mine were talking about how much of at least the Elite side of Awakening was pre-planned while they were making the Arcadia remakes. Because like story elements like Artemis's curse being why Prom initially doesn't want to take the Fire Emblem when Emerald dies. Which is implied but not stated.
I mean, it would make sense to have notes that they might use in the future.
Especially because, again, they had just remade the Arcadia games like a couple years before.
Dude, you know, this Max stuff kind of reminds me of me. If he was way less handsome and tough, of course. You're gonna have fun destroying him.
Oh, yikes, Knight.
To put it in
Yikes.
perspective how egotistical and callous they were, when a Goomba actor wasn't acting to their standards, the husband poured scalding coffee on the actor's face while the mask was still on, causing severe burns.
Yikes.
Yeah, I hope they got sued for that. Holy crap.
In any case, yeah. The other thing is, you know, the other thing I bring up in regards to the conversation is that the Arcadian locales are drastically changed in the 2,000 years, whereas the Valencia locales, the only difference is... Still there, Corey?
Yeah.
Your VTuber's not showing.
Yeah, I had to reset the camera.
Gotcha.
Because
Well-
I lost my eyes for a second, so I was just like, what is going on? It's like staring in the wrong direction.
Fair enough. Well, anyway, because of that, I theorized because Valencia wasn't remade, is why the locales and Valencia maps are mainly just the same as they were in God and give or take where Mila and Duma were buried. Because, like, the Arcanea maps, the Arcanea locales were changed drastically in the 2,000 years. Probably because they had just remade those games, so they didn't want to reuse those maps. God didn't have that luxury, you know? That's a theory.
Yeah. Although they still had, like, they introduced the military too, which is this completely different thing that wouldn't have existed.
Yeah, except for, well, and Duma's volcano.
Yeah, that too, so...
Those are like the two exceptions. The rest are all just maps as they were in Gaiden, except for Awakening. Greek's Fortress and being the most notable one, you know?
Right. Oh, and then looking at Max's. So Max Blast is 40 firepower and plus 2 movement range. In addition to the 10 defense. There we go. This is closer to what I think of with it's a direct unit assault, like how Will has it in Days of Ruin.
Makes sense. But yeah. Anyway, so... Anyway, so as I was saying...
You okay?
Loogie. Just finally have Loogie. It's that season, you know.
Right. Yeah, we're only
Well,
kind of
let's
getting
say-
into this season over here. We had another
Yeah.
snowfall last week. It seems to be mostly melted at this point, but everyone's skeptical that it's actually going to stay away.
Fair enough. But yeah, as I was saying, because like all the named locations in Awakening on the Arcanea side are not reused maps, or even maps are similar. And then you get to Valencia and Asphalt, and like I said, there's a lot more maps that just did not stand test of time, and I feel that's probably because they had yet to remake Valencia. Whereas they had just remade both Arcanea games, you know?
Right.
That means I kind of wish they did more with... They continued that trend Awakening did of having the DLC maps play past game music. At least until Engage did that same thing, you know? Because like Fates didn't do that for DLC, but Echoes surprisingly did. The Echoes DLC maps includes remixes of Arcanea songs for some reason.
Didn't realize that actually. I mean, aside from the Engage having the remix for Mart's Paralog proper.
Yeah.
Max, your CO power meter is full.
Wait a second.
Just like
Doesn't look
in
full to me.
DLC.
That's because you're not taking into account the second level. Even you'd be forgiven for not knowing about it. It's pretty cutting edge stuff. Basically, your CO power meter has 2 levels. A normal CO power level and even better Super CO power level. Super CO power represents the best your technique can unleash, but it may take a while to build up to. So then you have a choice. You could use your CO power now or wait and save up for a Super CO power. The approach you take is up to you. Strategic use of CO power can make or break a battle. To use the CO power, select power from the map menu. Alright, time to show him his boss.
It's like in multiple maps in Awakening DLC, just use the song lifted straight from an older game. And then engage trial maps for all remixes, as was maps and Echoes. But Fates and Free Houses didn't follow that pattern for obvious reasons in Free Houses, but for some reason in Fates, you know. Just like in Free Houses, you just have the one DLC map theme. Technically, 2 would be time to final boss theme.
I think Flack just rolled negative there because he missed the copter entirely with that gunfire.
Nice.
Not that it would have done
I
much.
love they had unique animation for that, even.
Yeah, I didn't think they would either, but and it wouldn't have. There's not really much difference in what the damage it would have done, but it was definitely funny.
That's hilarious. So yeah, like as I was saying, like there's only the actual love theme and the second and the final boss theme of that DLC in Free Houses DLC, but Fates DLC did not do the same thing as Awakening, reuse old songs. It just used the songs from the main game.
Yeah, I would assume maybe their idea or like the reason they did that would have been because Awakening doesn't bring back arenas, which is where they traditionally remixed old songs.
Yeah, but Fates did technically have an arena, so you might have a point there.
Yeah,
But also
I can't remember. Did Fates use a reused track for
It
the
did
arena?
not for the arena. It was just the generic fight music.
Okay.
But-
Been a while.
Why think when you can
But like
fight?
in Fates' DLC, it's especially jarring and because only the Awakening DLC has actual Awakening music for it. But what makes it jarring is that you have stuff like the map, the Witches map being Fear Mountain from Garden, and the Ballista map being the Iron Legion from FE1. And yet neither have their associated theme, you know.
Ah, they missed the chopper again.
Good job.
They should really just stop trying to do that.
Yeah. But yeah, Free Houses. Wait, not Free Houses. Yeah, it's just just weird that they didn't do that for Fates when they have throwback maps for the extra classes, you know. You get the point, right?
Yeah.
Plus, there was the airship theme the airship theming for the weapon grinding mission, which would have been a perfect opportunity to use the FE12 rendition of Holy War. Because, you know, the one that starts out like a Bowser airship theme. That was this remix of Expedition from FE3 is closer to the FE3 version than the FE12 version. And then in the space is a more closer rendition of Holy War in there than FE12's version too. Compare. I still like. The only good bit, I like FE12's Holy War remix, but as a meme. Because the remix just sounds like a Bowser airship theme when it starts.
Not sure I remember the song.
I can link in DMs after I go to bed, I guess. Before I go to bed.
Sure. He's still standing, dog man! I told you not to mess with me!
Huh? Don't push me!
You just got beat!
Yes!
This was just a test! Next time we meet, I will be so gentle. Oh, sure, I've heard that one before. Well, bring it, Flack. Anytime, day or night, I'll be ready for you. Keep running that mouth, Max. Maximum dumb! Wow, nice one. Really got me there. Sound tough now, but you won't be so chatty when you run in my boot next time. Till then. Hey, wait! That dirtbag, he got away! Black Hole, such a rude, reprehensible bunch. Every one of them. You said it now. The Flack is a master of wit. True.
Dumb name for such a tough CO.
I don't know, Max. Are we sure he was even tough?
Look who's here!
Oh no, more things Hachi wants us to click individually. Flag tag. Oh, we're... So this is probably choose, yes. We play as... specific
I think you have to clear all three at some point. Because they're not, like, enabled the same mission, you know?
Possibly. Well, let's start with Sammy anyway. Enemies at sea, enemies on land. Outwit them all and capture the HQ. According to our intel, it's just a little further ahead. Sammy, are you confident about the accuracy of this intel? It strikes me as odd that Flack would be out here just resting his troops.
Okay.
I agree, but on the other hand, do you really think Flack's capable of setting a trap? Well, when you put it that way. Instead, we're being trapped by Frankenstein's bride.
You're right. Flack didn't set a trap for you. I did.
Flack doesn't have a cunning bone in his body.
Huh?
Who's that? A young girl? A black hole CO, perhaps? You got it. My name's Lash. Nice to meet you. Would you like to play with me? What do you say, Grandma?
Oh.
I do believe I'm being taunted. Sammy, bring her to me. Alive. Oh, you got it now?
Last, the game's over. But, yeah, I agree, Kirby.
Slash, the game's over. Since all the transport units have superior movement, I think I can sneak by and capture her HQ without issue. I trust your planning, Sammy. Would you like some advice on using your battleship and submarine? Nah. You're a delight to work with, Sammy. I wish everyone studied as hard as you.
Mm-hmm.
I aim to please. I've got it from here, ma'am. Why do we have a chopper just hanging out over there? I guess that was supposed to be the ambush, but... There's not even, like, real cover for them. I guess we can hit the rocket, but...
No, there is cover. That's the cruiser.
Or, like...
Remember, you can load...
But I mean, like, in terms of cover, like, firing cover...
Oh.
Because we're just...
Yeah, I think you're intended to put it on the cruiser, like... Because it's heavily damaged.
Right, but, like... In terms of... the positioning, it looks like the chopper was just hung out to dry, because the battleship barely covers anything on the shore.
Fair enough. Well, yeah, Lash could easily be a gremlin, by the way. An evil gremlin. Which I'm not sure how many evil gremlins you have thus far.
I think we'll stick to, well-intentioned gremlins.
Fair enough. I mean, the OG one was Tressa, so...
We'll have the transport hang back a little bit, because 5 health can still do a decent amount of damage. I can look at the powers here. Victory March! There we go, there's the plus C soldier movement. With 50 firepower. You'll love to see it.
But Small Soldier movement was already pretty busted in the first game, to be fair.
They can also capture properties in a single turn, no matter the air points. Well then.
That is... Huh. Wait till you see a new CO in this game who has one of the most busted powers just for getting money.
So she buffs ground and naval units with 10 firepower per terrain star. I see.
Yeah.
That can get awfully gross awfully quick. Terrain tactics, Slash's units movement costs are 1 across all terrain except in snow. Then they gain 10 defense. Slash's units gain 10 defense and double benefits from terrain defensive cover. Their movement drops to 1 except in snow. That's a strange reversal in the movement. But that sounds like basically becoming invincible if she's like sitting on a headquarters or something. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I've got a little surprise for you. You didn't expect me to lead you all the way out here for nothing, did you? On day 7, my boy Flack's bringing in his troops, and we're gonna squish you like a little bug.
Surprised?
Be honest.
Be honest, you had no idea, right?
You better get going before you run out of time. Tick-tock, tick-tock, see you around.
Okay, so this is a time limit mission.
Well, isn't this an unpleasant development? This black hole CEO apparently has a brain. Okay, Sammy, you heard her. Black and his goons are closing in. We gotta clear this map within 7 days. Here's your chance to prove your reputation for thinking on your feet is deserved.
Roger.
Yes, ma'am. I'll give it my best shot. Or shot. Also, I can't stand her.
I'm surprised they decided to wait till turn 2 to introduce that.
Yeah, it's, it is a little strange.
LTC time! You mean large turn count?
Instructions clear. Finish the map on exactly day 6.
The Flames of Disaster! Great, now I want to rewatch that. I have it on Blu-ray, so I don't need Paramount Plus anymore.
Cruisers not being able to fire at other ships still is quite odd to me, considering how few naval units there are to interact with other naval units. Alright, well, if she's gonna give me the initiation, then we'll take it. What a brilliant trap, just driving her vehicle out into my range.
Let's play.
I think I'm starting to get tired, so I'll get going in 20 minutes when the clock turns 11.
Alright. What does that even do for her at this point, though? She's got very few units actually defending on terrain here.
So, let me know how far you get after this.
Alright. Alright, I guess she's got the AA sitting on the headquarters now. But it's not like we could actually attack it right now. We're still making our way over there.
Oh yeah, remember how I mentioned I beat the new WarioWare today? I mean, well, new, it came out 3 years ago, the latest one.
Yeah, sure.
Well, all I gotta say is screw Jimmy T's boss stage in that game. It requires you to set your Joy-Cons upside down on a flat surface, which in of itself is not gonna be flat thanks to buttons and joystick. Then it forces you to turn them over and pick them up randomly, and then put them back down. Problem is, the controls never work as intended. It took me about an hour of attempts to finally get it to work. I was having better success just holding them in my hands and hoping and praying it would work by shaking the thing than I did actually doing it as intended. It was
Yeah,
dumb.
I mean, that kind of sounds like Standard motion control shenanigans.
Well, here's the thing. The rest of the game's motion controls are fine. It's just that one micro game.
I don't know. I guess they
You
just
know.
didn't test it well enough. That particular one.
Yeah. It should be telling that that's the only game where you, one of only two WarioWare games where you didn't continue past the game over on your first attempt. And in this case, you can do it infinitely, unlike in Gold, where you have to spend money to do it. So that's good at least, you know? Well, theoretically, infinitely, you have to match a very specific pose tailored to each stage in order to get the extra 4 lives on your first attempt. But it took me a good hour of attempting that single boss stage, and sometimes I'd even have to redo the main stage as I fail the extra 4 lives bit, you know. It was... And it should be noted that the Remix 2 section did not have that boss stage in it. Probably because they knew it would be too infuriating for people to do a second time on a higher difficulty, you know? Does WarioWare games tend to have remix stages where they force you to play on difficulty 2 of games, micro games you've already played, including the boss?
So it kind of sounds like they were aware of their shortcomings with their programming for that particular minigame.
Yep. Which is why they did include it as a boss in the Remix 2 area.
But also, I guess, begs the question of why they kept it in if they were aware it was that bad.
That is the question, yeah. Also, because Intelligent Systems took over WarioWare since Gold, well, there's been a Fire Emblem micro game in every game since Gold. There was Awakening in WarioWare Gold rather than Fates or Echoes. Because it came out after Echoes, actually. But it was Awakening randomly. You just had to move Prong to the correct enemy and press A. And they would tell you which enemy, and they would point to the enemy you were supposed to do in hard difficulties, just to avoid
I'm unbeatable.
people who never played the game going in with wrong stats, you know? But like, and then in Tea Time and Free Houses was one and WarioWare did it together. And Move It is put it on an Engage ring as a layer for Fire Emblem Engage. Which is kind of hilarious. That one also uses the IR sensor I just talked about, because you have to hold out your ring finger and move it to where the ring would line up.
Does the tea time game involve picking the jankiest possible answer as well?
Yes, actually. Because there are typos. And those are the false options.
Wait, then it's picking the least janky
one
one.
with a typo, you generally fail.
Well, then that's the opposite. Because picking the janky one is like how you actually play Tea Time in 3 Houses.
Like, they have ones with typos, obviously rude ones, and the correct one. On hard difficulties, they do blur it a bit, by making the typos less obvious or making it closer to which is rude and which is correct.
Wait, why is she not shooting the guy capturing her headquarters?
No idea.
Fox troops arrive tomorrow. Hope Sammy is okay. Look, we're fine now.
Well, you did it. You lost.
Yeah, we're large turn counting. Didn't you know? But yeah, if they were saying true to three houses, they would have you pick the most nonsensical answer, because that's just the way that 90% of tea time in three houses ends.
Fair enough. But like, it's just funny regardless, you know.
Congratulations, you won!
Uh-huh.
Phew, I pulled through, somehow. Now, I'd like to have a word with our feisty little friend. Drag her over, Sammy.
Sure.
Right away, ma'am.
Beep, beep, boop.
Oh, what? Wait a minute. This isn't that brat. This is...
Oh, come on!
It's a fake! Some kind of dummy robot.
Dummy.
I found you,
I
faker!
prefer artificial malevolence.
I had
Powering
to.
down.
The real Lash escaped. Unbelievable. She played us through like a pair of fools, and now Flax troops are closing in. Let's get out of here, Sammy.
Artificial malevolence? That's hilarious.
What a troublesome pair they turned out to be.
Lash.
Artificial
She's gonna
malevolence.
be a handful.
That's a good one. So yeah, in case it wasn't obvious, she's the Sonya evil counterpart.
Hey there!
Yeah, it's plenty obvious. Alright, so I guess we are just required to do all these. We'll do Max next then. Enemy planes attack from the sea. Can the ground forces repel them?
Lord Flack!
Troop deployment is complete.
Yeah.
Well, look at what we have here. Max's little toy soldiers. I'm gonna enjoy this.
Sir?
The unauthorized use of troops, that is, the use of troops for personal vendettas is,
What was that, worm?
You gonna tell me how to behave on the battlefield? No way that Max guy's getting away with what he did to me. As long as I pound him and his troops into the ground, who cares what the rules say?
Yes, sir!
Oh boy, war crimes explicitly!
Say goodnight, Maximum Dumb.
explicitly doing war crimes now.
Yeah, it's an evil organization, though. War crimes are like a given.
Fair enough.
Max, okay, we're under attack.
The world.
What? Battlecopters and bombers. I see their plan. They're coming in with an air assault, aren't they?
Oh, here's the indirect fighters quote.
This doesn't look so good. My troops are still recovering from the last bout. And infantry versus planes isn't the best matchup to begin with. No worries, Sammy. I'll handle this one. I'm coming with you. At least I can offer some advice that way. Together we'll get through this. Sounds like a plan. Alright, let's stay calm and survey the scene. Do you want any strategic advice on those air units? Bombers can only bomb the land and fighter jets can only fight the sky. Pretty basic stuff.
Yeah!
Once they get close, my battlecopters and anti-air units are direct combat units, so they bring the pain. Huh, let's go make some noise. You know, I had my death, but it looks like it's all coming back to you.
Alright.
Don't worry, I'll get you home without a scratch. Now, it's time to light up the skies, but you owe me one for this.
I wonder if they kept it in the fabled mistranslation, because apparently Europe fixed it in the original release.
Well, I'm unaware of what that mistranslation is supposed to be. I assume it'll stick out if it is actually here.
Makes sense. If it is, because it's a meme, it'll probably be voiced for all we know.
Since they like voicing the more meme-tastic lines here, as you've seen.
Yeah, that makes sense. We're gonna hide from that fighter jet. Well, I guess if it goes for the copter, it goes for the copter.
This mission is supposed to be one of the wake-up call missions, supposedly.
We've just been told that we're not authorized to use bombers or fighter jets, sir. Too much mental pushing. Who needs authorization in the heat of battle? They're just sitting there waiting to be used.
Sir?
Hey, yes, Lord Flack, but we're lacking soldiers trying to use them. Train! I'll train it myself then. Get over here, you lackeys, and pay attention. You gotta watch your fuel with air units. They burn 2 units of fuel per day, and an air unit without fuel gets a one-way trip to Crash Town. Got it? Other than that, it's like any other unit. Hop inside and smash into it in front of you. Now,
I'm surprised Black
get
knows
going.
what fuel is.
Yes, sir.
He probably knows what it is because it can be used to explode things.
Fair enough.
Delta Squad, move out!
Doesn't look like they kept in the mistranslation. But yeah, my Ace Combat collection is growing again as well because I bought not one but 2 copies of one of the games for 360 and PS3 both. Because I'm trying to get every version of every game now, at least for overseas versions. Which is easier done than said, believe it or not, because there's only 2 games that are multi-platform, soon to be free. Plus one that had an updated re-release on 3DS. That was already on 3DS. So, it'll actually be surprisingly easy to get them all. The big hurdle is the PS1 version of Ace Combat 2. And the second PSP game. Aside from that, I do want to get a Japanese copy of Ace Combat 3 because that's the actual version, the overseas version. Remove 90% of the game for the sake of a more arcadey game like the original, which is really weird, you know. Because Ace Combat 3 had a literal VHS that gave you world building. It had a separate CD you could put into your PS1, unlock a complete save file. It had 5 branching paths and anime cutscenes and all that jazz. But for some reason, we didn't get it like that.
I mean, that's a lot of extra stuff. It might have been a manufacturing problem.
It was probably more they just didn't want to translate it because it was already getting late in the PS1 life cycle. It was it was a 2000 game, so like the PS2 was almost out. By the time it got localized as the localized with heavy quotes, you know.
Right.
Wiggle. I love that so much. Oh, he's got a super CO power too.
Give up. Max Force.
You probably won't have too much left to use with that by the time I'm done here, though.
Fair enough.
And since his fighter jet is crippled, I basically have uncontested ability to just run over his troops.
Plus, battlecopters can only attack infantry, more or less. Well, ground units in general.
Yeah,
But
well,
mostly infantry.
yeah, well, I mean, they can only attack. I guess they can attack sea units, but that's not really relevant here.
Yeah. But yeah, like, it was just a weird release Ace Combat pre-US and Europe was, which is why I'm gonna get a Japanese copy and fan translate on the Poly Mega on top of the American copy for collection, you know? I don't need the appendix, I already got a complete save file on emulator, which is that aforementioned CD that comes with a save file for PS1. Plus, I'm not sure if the Polymega supports the appendix.
Stay out of my way. Barbaric blow.
I like the animation for using superpowers, where they show the faction logo.
Real smart use of that copter there.
He got killed! Same for the fighter jet. Well, okay, that was a bomber, so it wasn't death, but that's still funny.
Yeah. Not the most effective use, but I guess the bomber is at least technically the highest value target.
Especially since it's one of the few things that can cripple those anti-airs. Aside from another anti-air. Classic, use one and kill one style.
Yep.
They missed again! He didn't even use his power and they still missed. Oh wait,
No,
his
he
power's
is.
still active.
Yeah. The
Now it's
possible,
not.
yeah, the possible negative roll just for his passive is still kind of brutal.
At the very least, it means he's never gonna see used in competitive.
All right, yeah.
Alright, how's that, Demi? Not trash anywhere. Thanks, Max, but what about your troops? This is nothing. My troops eat this stuff for breakfast. Dang it all! This ain't going like I planned. Yo, Flack! Yeah, no, buddy. What's the matter? Can't got your tongue?
No!
Don't get cocky just because you got lucky today. Lucky? Yeah, right. No one can stop the black hole invasion. You'll see. Soon you and your little girlfriend will be begging for mercy with those smart mouths of yours. Well, we'll meet again, Max. Next time, your luck's gonna run out.
What?
Girlfriend?
That.
Who does he think he is? Black hole goons. Not an ounce of decency in any of them. Yeah, but they're never gonna take Orange Star. Not while we're here.
Oh no, don't use the G word, it's been ruined by the internet!
Yeah, besides, Sonia's not here.
Who's not here?
Sonia's not here. It'd only be
Fair enough.
only be appropriate to refer to them together, like if Sonia was here.
Or Eagle, to be fair.
Nah, Eagle doesn't deserve her. Sammy, Max, are you alright? Huh? Battle's already over. Hey there, now.
Being slow?
You're just in time to join the victory celebration.
Commander!
She was probably off winning some other battles too, like Grail single-handedly winning one side of the map while the rest of the mercs have to take on the other.
Gerald wishes he was that good in Chapter 7.
Here, we recovered this from one of the cities Black Hole had occupied. What now? I was just getting ready to chase down that dumb jerk. Wait a second, what is this thing? It looks like a map. Hey, that's a map to the enemy's hidden lab. Did they seriously just leave behind a map? Actually, my troops have been ordered to find the lab on this map. That's awfully convenient. Our reports seem to indicate that Black Hole has these hidden labs scattered throughout Macroland. Apparently, they're research centers for new weapons development. Scattered?
These are basically hidden maps beyond the first one.
You mean there could be
Yeah,
hidden labs like this in Gold Comet and Blue Moon as well? We're not completely sure since they're hidden at all, which is why we need maps like this to help us find them. Sammy, Max, excellent work here. I'll warn our allies and investigate this intel further. At the very least, we pinned down the lab here in Orange Star. We should be able to proceed to the lab momentarily. I'll mark it on the campaign map so we can select it there. I guess you two didn't really need my help at all today.
Secret missions, basically, you know.
I'll defend this country with every muscle I'm made of.
Good. This first one's mandatory, but the other three are secret, supposedly.
Hey there!
Typical GBA era, I guess.
Yeah.
I was kind of expecting that to just be a reference to this, like the Lasha mission. Because like Max is like, it's awfully convenient. So it's like, what if it was a trap laid by Lash? But no, apparently Flack is just that dumb.
Also, Mission 7 is the one that's different on Challenge Campaign, like, entirely. It's got a completely different map on Challenge Campaign, which is really hilarious. It's the only one like that in this whole game.
I guess maybe they decided that the original map was too basic.
Probably. It's got a unique gimmick on Challenge, too, which is cool.
Enemy cannons, can they be destroyed? Apparently, Flack's pulling double duty since he's also fighting Andy here instead of having like an actual Andy counterpart at this point.
Well, there's only one per country. Lash is Sonya's, not
Black
Sammy's.
cannons ready to
Yeah, I
go.
suppose.
Got it.
Hey, Slash. Now smash him up good!
I promise it won't hurt this time. Much.
And after that, you can play guinea pig for me again, yeah? I promise it won't hurt this time much.
She's definitely evil, alright.
I ain't falling for that again. My hair is still growing back from your last experiment.
What hair?
So, Lyndon is old man, technically good guy Lash.
Flack.
You promised!
To be fair, Lyndon is also like very manipulative.
Yeah, that's why I said technically good guy.
Fair enough.
Well, you did give me the big cannon.
Doodles.
Yes, I did! Well, I'm off. You have fun fighting with everyone out there, okay? Almost forgot. Hawk said to hurry and conquer Orange Star already. You know how to do that, right? Hawk said.
Gotta crush him.
I gotta crush these guys! Right here, right now. No more making a fool out of me! There's my big brave boy.
Probably gonna get going now. It's 6 past 11.
Alrighty. Have a good sleep then. Thanks for popping by.
And let me know what mission you get to.
Sure thing. Pardon me, ma'am. Commander Andy's arrived. Thank you. Send him in.
No!
Hey, now, how are things looking?
Oh.
That's exactly what I'm concerned about. Take a look for yourself. Do you see that enormous cannon over there? Whoa! That thing's huge. Can't miss it. Never seen anything like that before. A cannon of that magnitude is a first for me as well. It appears the Black Hole Army may be a bigger threat than we've dealt with in the past.
Yeah!
Got that right, Nell? That's why it's best you leave this one to me. Max, what are you doing here?
Come on, now!
You know this job's too much for Andy. If anyone's gonna take out that cannon, it ought to be someone with strength. The first person with my strength, or first person with my strength who comes to mind is me.
I've got this.
Hey, Nell specifically called for me, which means I've got this one. Listen, Andy, this isn't some kind of game, except it is. I just like knocking on the fourth wall with my big arms. You could get seriously hurt out there. Max, have some faith. Andy may not be as powerful as you are, but nobody can repair units quite as effectively.
Yeah.
I think this will be a good experience for him, so let's let him handle this. Does Max think he's gonna personally run up and punch down that cannon? I mean, given his usual tactics, yes. Don't come crying to me if the kid gets hurt. Yo, Andy, you sure you're up for this? You know it. Sit back and watch, Max. Hey, what's up with this? There are hardly any units deployed. It's up to you to decide which units you need where and what to deploy them. Deploy them, so I can just get the needed units I need built as I go? Yes, that's correct. Do you need help remembering how to use bases? What's an airport?
I've got this.
Ah, I know bases. I got this. Don't worry about me now. Oh yeah, and the daily funding I get will increase the day after I capture a new property. So I'll be able to deploy even more units. That's exactly right, Andy. Remember, you can't deploy new units and move them on the same turn. I hope you got all that. Got all of, what? Okay, I'll contact you as soon as I have any intel on the giant cannon. It's gonna be rough going, so do your best. Here I go! Keep watching, Max. I'm gonna show you something. 99 health. Alright, this is probably like the Days of Ruin fixed emplacements. Alright, well there's no way we can dive this factory, but if we get the chopper moving early, we can go get the one in the center. I guess we'll see if the cannon can actually target it. How many properties does he have? 2? So we could potentially be a dick about this and run a recon up and start shooting at him. Alright. We actually have ads hitting in a few seconds here, so I'm gonna let those run and then we'll continue the mission. So, be right back. Alright, and we're back. So let's see what happens with the cannon. Well, Lash, is it ready?
No.
The cannon? Not yet. Yeesh, what's so impatient? It's gonna take pretty much all day to charge up before you can fire it. Why don't I go read a book or watch some TV? If words are tough for you. Get real tired of your insults. I'm not dumb, you know. Could've fooled us. I know, I'm just teasing ya. Give it a day, I'll be all charged up and ready to destroy first thing tomorrow, okay? Doodles.
War is wasted on the young.
Guess I'll go take charge of the battle till it's ready then.
Andy!
I got some intel on that monstrosity. They call it a black cannon. It's supposed to have a huge range of fire. You can highlight it with a cursor and hold B to check it out. That being said, this one is just a prototype, so it can only fire once every 2 days. It's designed to fire on the strongest unit within range. I'm working on getting some intel on its weak points, if it has one. I'll get back to you when I learn more.
Mm-hmm.
Roger! It's an interesting code, which means it, like, purposefully misses the factory here. How convenient for us. This kind of feels like we can just overwhelm him by out-teching him, because he's got 2 properties.
Yeah. Can you smell that? It's the scent of impending doom.
Black cannon, ready to fire! Get ready for a beating, Orange Star Army! So, about that...
Andy!
You appear to not have any of our units that you can target. Shame. You recommend shooting torpedoes down an exhaust port. Sounds right. About right. Oh, and hey, Tails. Curse you, Spanish. Well, I mean, the words are close enough to English words that even if I didn't know it was a standard Twitch announcement thing, I would be able to guesswork it well enough. Appreciate it regardless. Annie, I figured out the enemy's weak point. Whoa. Way to go, Nell! Okay, lay it on me. What's the strat? So, when you attack the black cannon, you got aim here, for the door. Keep an eye on the cursor window to see its HP. It'll take some effort, but if you can bust down that door, the black cannon is as good as done for. With that thing out of the way, victory will be yours.
Good luck.
The black cannon was pretty intimidating at first, but now that we know it's nothing to fear. Good luck, Andy.
Oh.
Thanks, Nell. I've got this under control. Now, actually, I guess there's no headquarters, so destroying the black cannon is an absolute requirement. On the other hand, it also means that Flack is stuck with less income, so it sucks to be him. Probably the most annoying thing is we can technically outrange this door here with indirects like the artillery, but it's gonna take forever to drive it up here. We might actually be able to manufacture one here and drive it up before our rear one arrives. No income for you, Flack. But, come on, troops! This isn't how it's gonna end! So he thinks. You know, I like how Lash basically deployed this cannon, and then didn't set any defenses up for it. I imagine the challenge mode of this map probably gives flat control of like every factory that's not the starting base ones. Recon has been doing a lot more work than Recons usually do. Let's see like this. Because that'll also mess up their ability to produce units and self-body block. Well, they decided not to body block themselves, and even though I offered them a transport to attack. Oh, never mind, they decided to body block that way. Well, that was a decision. Absolutely brilliant play. Alright, no more factory for you. I guess we can technically fit 3 artilleries up here, although I'd be maybe a little bit worried if we need that much firepower. No animation either, which I guess is consistent with what I know from how they treat those in Days of Ruin. But I suppose Reboot Camp kind of offered a chance for them to add animations for that kind of thing. Aha! My base now.
Wahoo!
I won! Go, Andy!
You little runt.
Now you've done it! I'm no runt. And you shouldn't show some respect since I just beat you. What? You disrespected me, kid? Well... I can't afford to lose any more units. Okay, it's retreat. Head back to base and regroup. Look at him run! Hey, Flack, as long as I'm here, you'll never take Orange Star, you hear me? You okay, kid? Max, did you see the whole thing? How'd I do?
Nice work, kid.
Yeah, I saw. Nice work, kid. You did good, but it was pretty close. What do you mean, pretty close? We drove one recon up and that completely destroyed Flack's plans to do literally anything on the map. Yeah, GG easy. Hey, those tanks sweating around back there. Aren't those your troops, Max?
I don't know.
Oh, those are,
Commander!
We received your orders to be at the ready as backup in case Andy was in trouble, so we moved out at once.
Well, geez, no one ordered you to broadcast it to the entire world, soldier.
Yeah!
You were that worried about me? Oh, what? No, Pipsqueak. I told them to come through for an engine maintenance check. I don't know anything about that other stuff. Troops, what do you want around for? Let's move! Move! Come on, people! You know, Nell, I'm really glad to have someone like Max on our side. So am I, Andy. So am I. Yeah, Max the bro.
I did it! We won!
I did it! I took advantage of Flack basically throwing. Alright, let's see this secret base. The enemy labs is in the mountains. Capture it quickly. But if it's a capture thing, why are we sending Andy? This should be a Sammy mission.
Lord Black!
The Orange Star Army! What? How did they find us here? I don't know, sir. Maybe a map fell into their hands? How long will it take to erase all the weapon data? 10? No, we should be able to do it if we have 7 days. Well, get started already. Don't let them get that engine. Whoa, Flack is actually thinking ahead. Are we sure this is the same Flack?
Yes.
Do you see that? It's the Black Hole Lab. If this goes well, we might be able to see their new weapon designs.
Now!
We're ready to advance, but shouldn't this be Sammy's mission? Aha, see, even Andy is aware that Sammy should be handling this. Not this time, Andy. I'm still gathering my troops. My last battle left me with a shortage of combat-ready soldiers. To be honest, I'd love to try and infiltrate their base by myself. Do you honestly think I would approve such recklessness? It's okay, Sammy. Helping each other is what we're all about. My troops are fresh and itching to go. Let's move out, Andy. We're in Fog of War, so let's exercise caution. Fog of War. That's where you can't see very far, right? It's tough fighting in this skunk. Everything will be fine. It just takes a while getting used to. Let's get started. Oh, is that? I guess it is just called a lab, but whenever I see like a radar dish like that, kind of makes me think of comm towers. Although I guess I should be thinking more of the radar towers, if anything. There are a few things here. See a recon and an anti-air. This is why I attacked with the artillery instead of the rockets, because I can move it up to provide cover fire. So if there are any tanks hanging out, hurry up! We gotta stop their advance here and now!
Yes, sir!
Surprisingly, not really anything else. Andy, I have some soldiers out reconnoitering the field. According to my reports, there's an indirect combat unit hiding in one of the 3 woods at the top of the map. Really? Okay, I got it. I'll advance carefully. Thanks a bunch, Sammy. How's the fog of war? It really slows things down. Strong units are useless if they can't see anything. It's tough if you don't use recon units well. Understanding that is half the battle. The rest comes from experience. By the way, you might want to check out the reef over there. It's the other terrain type that conceals units until you're right next to it. So she's saying there might be a battleship. But killing that infantry should prevent it from scaling us. That basically takes that recon out of the fight. It's just a lander. This might be... I'd love to go on that city there, but it's probably overextending to do it that way. Because otherwise we'll be out of range of protection from the rockets and the artillery. Nothing, huh? I have some new intel, Andy. Somewhere in the woods near the lab is another indirect combat unit. If you suddenly come under fire, check the woods first. Understood! Couldn't do this without you, Sammy. I'll try and hold up my end. Gasp, rockets. I'll do this. This means we want to wait one more turn before we move in. At least, actually... We have the APC here and the rockets and fire at us. So we're probably safe moving the mech there. very least, this should get us capturing. I think the recon should be able to reach. Yeah, easy. Pew pew. I like how Flack's doing absolutely nothing to defend this now. After making such a big deal about erasing the data. It almost seemed like he was making a smart play until he wasn't. Lord Flack! The new weapons plans have been stolen! Assemble everyone in the factory, now!
Yes, sir.
In the factory, yes sir! Getting very tired of such incompetence. Bam! The new enemy lab is officially shut down. Incredible! With these plans, we could develop neo-tanks of our own. I think we'll have more intel ready on them by the time you're able to deploy one. Excellent work! In spite of the difficult conditions, it was quite the victory. Sammy's intel really helped a lot. I honestly wish I could have done more. The two of you make a great team. Let's head for home and celebrate. Let's have a barbecue! We'll cook hamburgers on the engines of our new Neo-tanks. Liberation. More flat comment. At last, the enemy stronghold is ahead. Can Orange Star win back the country? Finally, they're here! And this factory will help me destroy them all.
Oh, Flag, Flag, Flag. You seem to be having a rough day.
Huh?
What rock did you crawl out from under, Ryder? Oh, I just wanted to see the great military strength of this world for myself. Shouldn't you be invading Gold Comet right now?
Leave off, Flag!
You do well not to waste your energy on my affairs. Look at that! The barbarians are knocking on your door. And they look angry. I won't lose! Yeah, you say that a lot, don't you? You mustn't lose, Flack. Or else, well, you know what he'll do to you. I despise you. And I adore you. Come on, I'm looking forward to your performance. Show me what you got. I wonder if this guy is evil. Nah. Seems like an upstanding guy.
Try to keep up.
Okay, what in the world is that? It looks to be some kind of installation. Where are they planning this time? We overheard them refer to it as a factory. From what we can tell, this is the nucleus of their operations in Orange Star, and the root of all their destruction. Sir, we're looking at the key structure to Black Hole's invasion. One of them, perhaps, but there's still a lot we're unsure of. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if there are more like this throughout Macroland. But we don't know exactly what goes on in there yet. I've got a spy on the inside, so I'll let you know if I hear anything else. In the meantime, let's launch some sorties and see what the enemy plans to do about it.
Roger that.
Yes, ma'am! So this probably just pumps out continuous free units for them. Let's make a go at the... Make a go at that airport, I guess. Or no, way, we should try to get the forward factory, because we won't have enough money for the airport to matter. And if we have the factory, we probably just disrupt any attempts for them to capture it. We kind of want this one, too. So we'll probably have to do an APC infantry deployment on the first 2 turns. The unit is ready, yes? There, open the factory gate. Yes, sir!
Huh?
Hang on, did you guys just see that? That structure isn't a base and yet an enemy unit just came out of it. What's going on? I see. I've connected the dots. It all makes sense now.
Wait a second.
What is it, Mel? Everything cool? No, Max. Pretty uncool, in fact. Our army's not the only thing being attacked here. The enemy's been stealing resources, weapons, money, you name it. Somehow they transport everything here to this factory. Then it all goes into that pipe and winds up somewhere else.
Oh, come on!
An elaborate network and all for plundering our resources? The nerve! Black Hole is even more despicable and dangerous than we originally thought.
Yeah.
Don't worry, as long as we're working together, we'll put a stop to this. And he's right. We're all here together now. You've all overcome your own challenges just to make it this far. I have no doubt in my mind that you'll emerge victorious this time as well. Going for the city instead of the airport. I was wondering if they were gonna try to just run across to it, but apparently not. Alright, troops, I have some new intel. Listen closely. I don't know exactly what that factory is made of, but I do know that it's some sort of impervious material. And I know that we won't be able to damage it with the weapons we have here. Seriously? How are we gonna put it out of business if we can't even scratch it? That's the problem at hand. That long pipe is also made of the same impervious material. But take a look over there. Oh! 2 separate pieces of pipe are connected there. Right. The 2 pieces appear to be bolted together.
Come on!
I bet my medium tanks or bombers could blast that seam apart without breaking a sweat. I bet they could. If we break that pipe, we're certain to help their troop production. First, we should gain control of that airport in the center of the map. That should give us an advantage. Next, we need to make good use of your CO powers. In case you didn't know, your CO power meter fills faster when you're attacked. However, it does build up for the attacker too, so firing first is never a mistake.
Okay.
Roger that, ma'am. Alright, troops, time to move. Alright, we'll get the airport later. First things first is get that factory. Oh, what do we do with this money? Because we could set up another infantry. To go for this airport, but we might also want to start working on these cities to establish a real economy. So let's do 2 infantry this time. Now this way, we bring the APC back, grab this guy, kill it for the airport. And then this guy starts working on these cities. He's Starberry. Yeah, Twitch likes to have those auto messages for anniversaries or whatever. I appreciate it though. I'll be honest, I typically forget when I got affiliate to begin with. So usually it takes me by surprise even. Word fuck, it appears the foe has discovered the pipe's weak point.
Come on.
That section may be weak, but it still won't be easy to destroy.
Smash him.
Hit them now before they're ready. Smash them!
Yes, sir.
Recon, huh? Might do a mech here, I guess. I want to save most of my funds for this factory here, in case they produce a tank or something. So I guess... Actually, we can afford to do a mech and an infantry. Let's do that. Artillery! Alright, I wasn't quite expecting that. I was expecting a tank first. Although maybe it's ramping up in speed. So maybe it's going like... or in cost. So recon, artillery, tank next. Then an AA. Something like that. It's doing multiple units now, let's see. I guess the missiles is technically a good buy because they're trying to disrupt me from getting bombers out there. Okay, let's put it in the woods here. Could potentially get to survive one more combat with this recon before they kill it. Alright, so he's focusing on getting AAs, which makes sense. I guess the question is if I want to build more mechs here, or if... Because this missiles is making it so that we can't build air units. What I think I'll do is maybe build an artillery and bring it up here to threaten it. And then that way this factory can keep making mechs. Oh, we can immediately produce neotanks too, huh? Wow, these things actually have 6 move, but 22,000 is a steep price. That may actually be the better option than going for the airport at this point. We'll see though. I think we'll go with the artillery plan and see where things go from there. I was thinking about cutting the recon away, but we probably don't want it to get in range of this factory, so we'll just leave the APC where it is. Also, it's kind of weird that those things get to be same turn reinforcements, essentially. And with its artillery gone, if we build a tank on the left side, there's nothing they can do to contest it. Well, I guess they've got this tank here, so they'll come in eventually. We'll see though. It helps that these are potentially distracted, although I guess this might go over this side. We'll see, I suppose.
Rushing stuff's what I do. Brute force.
Not waiting for his super. That's pretty unusual for him. Yeah, those guys over there, I kinda don't know what to do with this tank sitting here.
Now it's my turn. Double time.
That takes care of the missiles. I guess we can still bring this artillery up, because it'll be able to prevent anything that's trying to push us up here. And then we might eventually be able to get it up to the pipe. Alright, that's about all we can do with our funds, but... a lot of what happens here will depend on what kind of units he gets for free. Rockets that gets to act immediately. What is this, Azure Moon Endgame? Let's make sure we can handle up here first. Regular tank does 6% damage. Fantastic. Ah, not quite. So close. I might just build a infantry on the left to ensure that they can't body block me. Because all they've got there is infantry, so we're fine fighting them head to head that way. How rude. Alright, the rockets are distracted over on that side. Ah, chipped it out. Take that. Artillery is almost there. A painstaking journey. We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we could reasonably allocate for another mech here. And still be able to afford the bomber. Recon. I guess he cycled back around to the start there. That seems like something that's not gonna help him too much over here. This should be over after next turn, because between the artillery and the bomber, this thing should be just super dead.
Yes!
Yeah, it looks like it's cycling back around because it's artillery and mech after the recon was a thing. Rip infantry. They did their job. Engage in some good old score padding. Rip Bob, his family will miss him. True. It's a shame, but that's how it goes.
Here I come. Double time.
Oh, didn't even need the artillery since the copters softened it up enough.
Mm-hmm.
We did it! There'll be no more units coming from that factory!
Go!
Give it up, Flak! Your game's over! Our invasion of Orange Star may have failed, but Black Hole is only just getting started. One measly continent won't throw a wrench in our plans. It ain't like I'm alone in this. The other Black Hole COs are just waiting for the chance to tear you apart. Where are you flying? Are Blue Moon and Gold Comet in your crosshairs next? Wouldn't you like to know? But one thing's certain. Black Hole will be coming for you again. Anyway, I'm out of here. Oh, we're not done with you.
Blast it!
You managed to get away, again. We can't ignore his warning, can we? We gotta contact the other armies. Yes, you're right. Let's ready reinforcements. In truth, though, our own Orange Star army is in pretty ragged shape. If that battle had gone on much longer, materials and morale might have dropped to dangerous levels. All that aside, I'm incredibly grateful for the bravery you've all shown for our country. You earned this victory. It's all due to your instruction, Nell. No, it really was all of you. You made the decisions and performed the deeds, and I couldn't be more proud.
Oh, yeah!
Come on, let's hurry and check on the other countries. Yeah, let's get serious and send those black hole chumps running.
Woo!
You said it! We'll knock the stuffing out of them, then head home for a victory feast.
I hope our allies are doing okay.
Easy peasy. I've kind of noticed that sometimes we get more than the 300 points, too, so I guess the game is actually keeping track of overscoring when it comes to getting Hachi coins.
Welcome! Look who's here!
This is terrible!
Oh no, it's Olaf.
Red! Red! Where are you?
Hey now, I'm right here. What's all the commotion, Olaf?
Gah!
An attack! Black Hole has invaded our land!
Huh?
Black Hole. That name rings a bell. What was their deal again? I would at least expect you to remember our most recent nemesis. It's the same band of scoundrels that swindled Blue Moon in the past, bringing us to near ruin. We must drive them from our borders at once. Good gracious, I don't see what all the fuss is about. It's all just dirt and trees and stuff. Ain't like we're losing anything. We are losing it, you fool! It's this type of impertinence that has our army.
Sir! Reporting for duty, sir!
Alright. Suddenly 2-foot tall commander.
Uh-oh.
Who is this small child? Why is there a small child here?
I'm Colin, sir. Today is the very first day of my posting to headquarters.
What?
Yes.
Posting to. Ah, yes, the new CO. Very good. Ah, so Blue Moon is really desperate. I see. Either that or I guess they're employing the Quarren Handbook. It might be the Quarren Handbook. You will watch, listen, and learn for the best. Your training starts today.
Sir, yes, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity, sir.
Howdy there.
Sir. Well, now, you can ease up. No reason to be all proper around here. Just take things nice and easy, and you'll do just fine.
Sir, yes, sir.
Nice and easy, sir. That man is a disgrace. You will not follow his example. Now then, let's move out. Everyone follow my lead.
Yes, sir.
You too, Grit. Right behind you, boss.
Father? Come quickly.
Oh, so I guess we're gonna get an option of who to go hang out with next, rather than being railroaded.
Ah, Sonia. But good timing. I can't seem to find my other sock.
What? How many times must I tell you, Father? They're in the bottom. Ugh! This is no time for socks. An emergency bulletin has arrived. Unidentified troops have been sighted all across War's world. What? We must put all our forces on high alert. They will be ready to move at a moment's notice.
Yes, sir.
Sonia, was there anything else? Well, at this point, we don't know whose troops they are. However, we must consider the possibility that they are
hostile forces. Yes, we must consider that.
Sensei.
When did you arrive, and why?
Can't an old man drop in and check up on a former student, Kanbei?
It doesn't sound like we'll have time for tea and small talk, however.
Yes.
Does this mean I can count on your assistance, Sensei?
Uh-huh.
Father controls the land, I gather the intel, and Sensei rules the skies. Between the three of us, we should be able to handle any challenge that arises.
Preparations complete, Commander.
Gold Comet forces are prepared to move at your order. Soldiers of Gold Comet, listen to me. Though it weighs heavy on my heart, war is once again upon us. We must now march to defend our home, and we shall not be defeated. Olaf was the smartest man. You know what? Yeah, shockingly, somehow Olaf does come across as the smartest man in Blue Moon. Okay, well, I guess we don't get to do Green Earth yet. So I guess Green Earth must be kind of like an important middle crossroads where we have to do these 6 first. Well, I think I'd rather do Gold Comet first. But also, Blue Moon might be funny because it's full of idiots. So, you know, let's start with Blue Moon. Lash and her army has set up a base at the northern frontier. Can Colin reclaim the stolen territory? Oh boy, is it the ND 2.0? What? Did you just say that Black Hole's on our northern frontier?
Yes, sir.
With the formation they've taken, all signs point to an imminent attack. There's something not quite right here. The northern frontier hardly holds significance.
Sure thing.
That may be precisely why they're after it. Where do you stand? Well, there's nothing there, so maybe they figure the defenses are weak. I wonder how we should respond to this. Our force is going to arrive there before long, but it may be a trap. We can't be careless. That may well all be part of their plan, too. That's downright crafty, ain't it? We're not here to admire them. Someone has to go. Me or Grit?
I'll go.
You!
Oh, yeah.
You and Commander Grit should remain here, correct? Well, that leaves me.
Well, alright.
Now there's a good idea. Let's send the youngster. Ah, yes. At first opportunity, we send the child soldier into battle. Truly, this is the playbook, current playbook play. Anything to avoid doing work, yes. Rich, you lazy! The boy's as green as can be! I may be lazy and he may be green, but you can't deny the kid's been working hard as all get out. I say it's high time we start treating him like a full-fledged CO. I see what you're saying, but... that settles it. Colin, head up north and defeat the enemy.
Sir!
Yes, sir!
I swear that no matter what, I won't let you down!
Easy, son. Relax a bit. Just do what you can, and things will work out. And true morale if I'm not paying attention.
Uh-oh.
Don't go mistaken what I said now. Being relaxed and being careless ain't the same thing. Lots of your troops hang on the decisions you make out there. Now, I know you must be thrilled to have your shot on the field, and that's just dandy. But you gotta remember, moderation. Understand?
Sir, yes, sir!
Thank you, sir! I'll like him if I've never played. Yeah, I've not used Colin before. So, I guess we'll see.
Commander Lash!
Blue Moon troops have been spotted! It's about time. Which one's in command? It's a young boy CO named Colin. Huh? That kid. I'm gonna take a nap. Wake me up when he's older. I want the bearded geezer, or at least a scarecrow. What are your orders? Do you want the troops to attack? It's not gonna be any fun if neither of them show up. Sound the retreat, I guess. Raise the white flags.
Ma'am.
Or we could just scrape them off the planet with fire and fury. I like that. Let's do that instead. Alright. Inexperienced little rich boy. Oh boy, not only is a child soldier, but it's nepotism. Truly, Colin is all the tropes. He purchases units at a 20% discount, but they suffer minus 10 to firepower. I see. Well, okay. Mech spam ahoy. Gold Rush. Boost deployment funds by 50%. And all Colin's units gain plus 10 to defense, or the power of money. Colin's units gain firepower increase in proportion to funds available. They also gain plus 10 to defense. Thank you for not telling me how this scales, though. I appreciate it, IS. Okay, well we still can't quite afford 2 mechs right off, so I guess, we also can't afford to do an infantry ABC play. Infantry spam it is, I guess. The money guy makes it rain. Oh boy. Let's see. So we could do the APC play now. Do we save or buy one more infantry? I think we'll save. We've got 4 infantry deployed already. We'll probably want something to actually protect them. The CBC apparently doesn't have the movement that allows it to have one move on planes, so... this is gonna be slightly slower than I'd like. That's fine. So I feel like there's an excessive amount of airports on this map. I guess I might hold my money here and see about buying a tank from this factory after we've fully captured it. Artillery, huh? You know what, we'll buy the tank from here and have it come up to reinforce a second tank. Or potentially an artillery if I decide we need that. she rolled pretty lucky on that attack. Yeah, I'm not sure why she thought building an artillery there is a good idea, but whatever. This is... not my problem. Since she hasn't really built anything that would warrant needing an artillery here, I think I'll just build another tank. But I might need to start considering anti-air, because she has enough to build a B-copter. She did not build a B-copter, she instead decided to do a transport copter. And also just let me chase her artillery around with this recon. It's kinda silly. Alright, well, if she won't do the B-copter, I will. Money, 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 money. Indeed.
You're irrelevant.
Expand the gremlin. I could build another infantry. Do we really need to? Probably not. Probably save up for some more expensive hardware. Not my vulnerary. Rude! Don't worry, I'm just taking a breather. Wow, she's awfully happy that she is attacking a random the APC that can't fight back. Wow, she didn't even load the transport copter, so it's just like ramming into us for no reason. These are big brain plays, I'll tell you that. Perfect, so now we can do this. And sneak that other infantry in and start taking her economy away from her. Yeah, I guess at this point we probably just build another B-copter. Not really any sense in trying to save it for anything more expensive. She's got, like, no economy. Just call him count as a gremlin? I don't know, we'll see how the rest of his personality pans out. He might be a little too straight-laced. Rip infantry. Alright, well the recon is worthless against AAs. But it did its job. It massively disrupted her economy, so... Actually, we'll just leave this guy be. So we can produce another battle copter here. And I want to bring this copter up to threaten for other stuff. Oh, going for the city capture. Well, I mean, if you really want to. I don't think... Yeah, damn, the B-copter can't reach the artillery, that's kind of annoying. She can only body fog for so long. It's not like any of these units are particularly effective against the copper. In fact, I can do this and block one of her production facilities in the process. Can't help but note that my CO power is charging really slowly, too. I guess we're not really taking much damage, even though we're dealing a ton to the enemy. Okay, that's a play, alright. What did the level 1 do again? So I guess this allows me to perpetuate my money, I suppose. Yeah, decisions of all time. I guess backing the artillery did end up making it kind of annoying to get across the bridge, but that's about it. Okay, so our tanks, losing to her anti-air, or like, I guess not necessarily losing, but trading somewhat poorly to her anti-air is sure a thing. Sure, you know what? If they want to start trying to capture that, they can feel free to. Because they're not going to actually get it.
Let's play. Terrain tactics.
But I guess with the terrain tactics, maybe she'll get closer than I'd like. We'll see how much that really protects an infantry from a battle copter. Yeah, still thinking 40%, so we're likely to just completely disrupt this capture. No, let's use our own base here, because there's like no chance we get to super. So I'll just use regular Gold Rush for the nominal generic firepower and defense based. Got it. At this point, since his infantry is injured, it'd be faster to rout rather than go for the headquarters capture. Poor Lash, unable to contend with the power of nepotism. And she thought this wouldn't be any fun. She really does like these artilleries, though. I don't know why. Because she's not building anything to actually protect them. Not that it really matters, because I got so many bee-cockers and tanks. Still not making any effort. Boo! Nothing's going right! That's it! I'm going home! This is boring for me anyway.
Commander Lash!
Oh, wait for us! Did they really retreat?
Yes, sir.
No doubt about it! We've secured the enemy HQ, sir!
Right.
I accomplished my mission! Wow! Is that ever a huge relief?
Audacious, sir.
Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I've just got to keep this up and draw a black hole out as soon as possible. Artillery is protected by more artillery.
This is just the beginning of my story.
Yeah, now if only she could afford to build more than one piece of artillery every turn.
Hey there!
Yeah, Hachi, we know. Please, stop. Sure, let's do Olaf next. Am I rich? Well, Colin is rich. He used the power of his trust fund to beat Lash into submission. Let's keep moving! Everyone, advance! There's a city up ahead. We can rest there.
Commander!
You're certainly in high spirits today.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, boss, you're unusually jolly. Is it gonna snow or something?
Pardon me, Commander, but may I ask where we're going?
It's about time someone asked me that.
To tell the truth, we'll soon arrive at the town where I was born. Well, I'll be. You didn't just spring forth from the snow up north? Nothing quite like the old hometown, is there? It's been many years since I left to join the army. I imagine everyone will be surprised to see how far I've come. Yes. So you're really just looking to show them how important you are, eh?
Yeah.
Watch out, y'all. Olaf's coming home. City's coming into view, sir. It's... What? What happened here? The game is called Advance Wars. Every time characters say advance, we should take a shot, perhaps.
Welcome to my play.
Although I don't drink, so it'd be a
Since
shot
you've
of
come
water.
So far, would you like to play?
Love the beard, by the way. No, you fiend!
Seriously?
What? You don't like what I've done with the place? My home! The town square! What have you done to them? Home square! You must be talking about all those buildings I cleared out to make way for my field tests. Well, sorry about that, Gramps. But I've hidden a surprise in one of these properties. Think you can find it? I'd love to see you try. Rit! Colin! Stay out of this one. This fight is mine alone! I shall be very hydrated, evidently. Oh boy, and a slow start too. Where both sides will just be spamming infantry for the first 5 days. We love it. Alright, before we get rolling here though, we do have ad settings, so I'm gonna let those go, and then we will come back and fight over whatever this mess is. So we're back. Alrighty, and we're back. So, I guess we're... Yeah, I guess we're just getting for this factory in the middle. Not much we can do aside from just spam infantry. Also, I guess, what's his superpower? Winter Fury. Calls a blizzard that increases movement cost for all units except his own and deals -2 hit points to all enemy units. Okay. So it gets to be kind of annoying like Drake's. I assume Drake's is buffed to do even more damage as well. I could build a recon, but like, there's not much for roads set up here, so it's probably just gonna be a waste. Yeah, I don't think I can really get deep in her territory to stop her from getting these. So we may as well just make more infantry. Man, this map sure is something. I guess she got the recon idea. Well, maybe we could make an artillery and set up on this choke point. Hey Yoshi, well to you too. I have to imagine the property she hit stuff in is the one on the south, but... We won't have time to go screw around over there until we're secure with this factory. It's also sea, so we actually need to walk around it. We can't just have an infantry hop the river. So that's great. Are we trashing buzzers and taking names? More or less. Nice of her to drive that recon into range of the artillery.
More!
Hey, thanks for the follow, Confused Biscuit. I could do a tank, but actually anti-air would probably clear these out more efficiently. So now let's do an anti-air, and if she starts building tanks, we'll start building mechs or tanks. You like my words? Now you must work, alright. Well, enjoy your work, and good luck with whatever you have to do. Beaten up a little bit here. Be about... You can clear this out with the 3 hit point one, then the anti-air can go bully this guy. Damage this, and this basically leaves her with no infantry that are capable of efficiently capturing anything. Building tanks now, though. We could do mechs or a tank of our own. I think we'll do at least one tank first, and then see where we go from there. At 4 HP, infantry might still kill ours. One capping there, unfortunately. Oh, not quite. We still get the... We can still cap. Because all we need is the 1 point. Truly ridiculous. let's do... Oh, our tank can initiate onto their tank. Perfect. No need to do anything fancy, just shoot them. I'd assumed that we wouldn't be able to reach, but apparently we can. Hey Zane. Thanks for the happy affiliate. I guess that infantry can go south, but I'd like to get this one... I guess building an APC isn't going to make it much faster than, say, just spamming mechs at this point. So let's start making mechs here, since they can hop the mountains easily enough. We'll see if we can find this property that has the thing. Although that bottom one is truly conspicuous, so we'll start with that. Wow, they actually left the one hit point guy alone. That's kind of crazy. I guess if this goes on for too long, I'll build a rockets too, so that we can basically sit here and cover their factory. She really doesn't like those mechs. She actually stuck around to let me finish the artillery off. You're charging so slowly. Ah, I didn't quite get him. Although I guess being able to move an extra space wouldn't have mattered, since this guy can reach the factory regardless. Or at least reach it to attack. I'm not sure what this guy's trying to do. I guess disrupt my mech line. Wow, attacking into a tank with infantry, truly brilliant. That's my factory now. We recovered this from property we captured. Let's say you've got there.
Yeah.
Well, I reckon that there's the map pinpointed the enemy's lab. What? The lab? What are we waiting for? We'll retrieve the pup from their clutches at once. Why, with a nice bath? A good meal and proper care. Nah, not that kind of lab. Specifically speaking, it's where the enemy's working on their new weapons. It'd make things a lot easier if we could get our hands on some of those new weapons too. I would have preferred a puppy. Using enemy weapons doesn't sound like Blue Man principles. Well, we got the location. Least we can do is stop by for a look-see. Perhaps we'll find something we'll like. And all the places she wants to attack us from are largely not gonna have terrain bonus. Good job, I guess. Wow, that tank is still just hiding. I thought for sure it would come out and try to kill this infantry, but... Funny heal AI moment, I guess. Time to bring out the big guns. Hey Tim, hey Mentat. Thanks for the affiliate wishes. Appreciate the support. I think I might build a rockets up on that top factory, because then we can place it here and basically threaten the entirety of the rest of her base. Actually, let's... Yeah, there's no way we get the super. Let's use our CO power now.
Black hole. Blizzard.
That tank finally moved out. I'm not gonna be able to do too much with this A, but we'll see.
Okay.
Now she has less funds and has a rocket pointed at her factory. Alright, not much left for her now. Yeah, I cleared the final campaign mission with challenge mode in the first game. I didn't get everything completed since it would have required grinding out a bunch of the alternate missions. And I started on that and it was taking forever, so I decided I was done. Well, it is annoying that they don't have challenge mode available from the get-go for the second game as well, but that's kind of par for the course. This map on GBA looked like a random mess of tiles. I mean, it's still a random mess of tiles. Like, nothing about any of this is coherent. So yeah, I don't know, I guess maybe they decided to have fun and then they went, you know what, we want to keep this, so let's just make the excuse that Lash is having fun. Still doesn't just do it now in 3D, it's true. Alright, that choke point was definitely kind of annoying to break. Maybe I should have made the rockets before the medium tank. Uh-oh, this might actually be trouble.
Diddles.
Ah, well, I guess I'll have to find someplace new to play. Well, doodles. Maybe the in-universe city planners were just bad at their jobs. Maybe. People into the game are always putting randomly aesthetically cursed stuff like pipes that aren't coming out of anything. You know that's true. Isn't where my house used to be. Commander? Over there! That was the town square. I played here all day with the other kids in the area. It didn't even matter that we were up to our knees in snow. No. It didn't bother us one bit. Like right here. Can you see the outlines of the square? Olaf.
Black hole! For this, there can be no forgiveness! I'll continue fighting until my country is restored.
Alright, they're definitely doing a bit more to characterize Olaf here. Mid-air pipes are a long tradition in Mario, true. That can lead you to places that technically shouldn't even connect to them.
Look who's here!
A lot of added missions here. I guess the question will be if we want to... I mean, yeah, let's just keep spending time with Blue Man. Let's get to know them. Grit versus Adder. Tanks! And a stealth by enemy medium tanks. Can you stealth their charge? Grit?
Grit!
Explain yourself! What is this careless display? What's all the fuss? Haven't you heard about getting some shut-eye before battle? Why, even the chickens are sleeping! Come on now, Olaf! You insolent delinquent! Get up! I specifically entrusted the defense of these mountains to you! And here I find you just lollygagging about! Calm down there, old bearded one. There's no point to getting yourself all worked up when nothing's gone wrong. Besides, if things get dicey, we can always sound the retreat. Why? I doubt the enemy's gonna be doing anything too rash now. Such foolishness! Now, let me tell you a thing or two about... Shh! What? You dare to quiet me? I ought to.
Okay.
I do believe someone's paying us a visit. What?
Rat!
Where do you think you're going? Grit! It's amusing how there's both a tanks and a neo-tanks at the same time. Well, there's gotta be some sort of serial escalation, right?
Well, shoot.
Would you look at all them medium tanks? Going head-to-head with those boys makes no sense at all.
Very perceptive, Commander Grit.
Black Hole Army, huh? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Adder, and I came here specifically to offer you a proposition. A proposition?
Let's cut to the chase.
We'd like you to join the Black Hole Army, Grit. What do you say? Someone of your expertise? Why, you'd be the perfect fit for the Black Hole Army. What do you say?
What now?
Pardon? You possess so much skill, and yet here you are, just wasting it for Blue Moon. You don't really buy into the whole hero shtick, do you? Dying to save a country you care nothing for? Admit it. It's nonsense. You've seen with your own eyes the supreme might of our army. I'm sure you witnessed this as we passed through several cities on our way here. Why, crushing our opponents beneath our boots took no time at all. You and I, we think alike, I can tell. No one can stand in the way of what we want. Not Blue Moon, nor any other country.
Join me and Black Hole.
We both know it's a smart play here. Well, now, I lost interest in what you were saying about 100 words back. But bless your heart, you got one thing right. I never did care much about territories or countries, or armies, or what patch of air belongs to who. No skin off my nose that you all decided to set up shop here. You're gonna fit right in, Grit. Well now, all that said, I reckon your cornbread isn't quite down in the middle.
Huh?
I don't quite follow. You've got no call to be treating the folks who live here anyway, you darn please.
What?
You said you crush your opponents beneath your boots? You said you crush your opponents beneath your boots. I ain't hard of hearing. Well, listen here. I'm paying you mind how powerful a lowly snake in the grass such as yourself, or you may fancy yourself. I reckon you didn't ask the locals too kindly if you could pay them a visit before you rode into town. Now, that's just bad manners. And that's where you and I are going to disagree. Fact, I'd say that makes you my enemy #1.
We'll grind you to dust!
If that's the way you want it, I'll destroy you here as well. We'll grind you to dust. Medium tanks, advance! Take a drink. Silos, huh? Alright, get running, infantry. You got some silos to activate. Although I suppose we also kind of need them to see. Well, sort of. The recons can do a bunch of the scanning too. So we'll let this infantry keep spotting for us while this other one runs back to the silos. One thing that I might be concerned about is if there's any adders infantry trying to sneak around back here towards the silos. Although, I guess they'd have to go through me to get to it, so we're probably fine. Yeah, now the medium tanks are actually mid-tier, instead of how Advanced Warfare 1 was medium. That definitely struck me as really strange that they use that specific wording for them. I see some recons. Those things on the right edge of the map. Hey, Olaf, what tarnation are they? Those are missile silos. Infantry and mech units can use them to launch a single missile. They can strike anything on the field of battle. Well, I'll be. It's a big old long-distance weapon, and it's just sitting there. That's like finding water in the desert. I'm fixing to find out just which one of us has the better range of fire. Don't be foolish, Gret. That's a weapon, not a rival marksman. Use your missiles wisely. Those missiles have a wide blast radius, so make sure you don't damage your own troops firing one off. You can see the blast radius before your launch. Pay close attention. Get going, little missile. Yeah, about that, Grit. We need the infantry to walk for like 4 more turns. I guess it's 2. I don't believe I saw any missile silos in Advanced Wars 1, no. My familiarity with them comes from having played Days of Ruin. Aw, shucks, Saturn appears to have gone and lost all his vision. At least on the south side. Why, it would be a shame if something were to happen to the north side. Hey, God Empress. Yeah, apparently it is Hat Day. Thanks for the affiliate wishes. Yeah, I didn't actually look at what Adder's skill is. Probably should do that. Although he appears to be in no hurry to actually use that power. He likes his own face. Never would have thought it. So his power is side slip, +1 movement range and 10 to defense. And then superpower is 2 movement and 10 to defense. That seems relatively mild, but I guess his meter being short is probably kind of the point. So it's not anything that's super insane, but it charges often, so gotta keep that in mind. Although it is quite funny if he decides never to use it. Oh yeah, I guess I should look at my own super. So now it becomes Super Snipe, which is +2 range and +30 firepower, which, okay, the firepower doesn't increase. But 2 extra range is bonkers. Adder has the shortest meter in the game, and that's it. No passive. Advanced Wars 2 and DS both falsely claim that his meter charges faster than other COs. Not sure if that was a mistranslation or what. This is actually that his meter is shorter. I mean, I guess the implementation more or less makes that effectively what it's doing, though. Because with a shorter meter, it means that you'll charge faster, so I guess technically true, just done in a kind of oddly roundabout way. Silly how it was written. Yeah, I guess it's like, yeah, it's technically one of those statements that is true, just it's not implemented the way the player would expect. So it might throw them off a bit, I suppose. Alright, I think the south side is pretty good shape, so let's set up this other rocket up here to help break up the north. I'm gonna keep this infantry around because I'm a bit leery of the mechs. Particularly since if he does use his power, they can be 4 move max. So we have +1 range passively, and it can be another +1. So this goes up to 7 if we use our normal CO power. So that would allow us to hit this guy. I think we'll do that. We'll protect the rockets by shooting, rather than moving them away.
Snipe attack. This should mostly break up the medium tanks up top. Yeah, this rocket here is probably getting killed. Not much to be done about it.
Yeah, I know I can hold B over them, but like that was me considering the superpower. Or I guess regular power. Which I wanted to compute what it would do before actually using it. I guess they're not going for the rockets then, although they're sort of trapping my rocket that way. Oh, they really don't like that recon. Alright, the rocket is still mostly fine, I guess. Shockingly. Alright, well, we'll let this guy keep capturing, because I'll just leave him... continue to have him distracted. Definitely doesn't feel like the missiles are very necessary here. I imagine Challenge was probably specifically designed to try to force using them, though. Don't do a whole lot of damage, those. We need to also protect the artillery, so I'll do that. Point in doing that. Maybe if we hit them with a missile so that they're at 1%, we could hope for a recon kill. This is just a mild inconvenience. Alright, they joined. Alright, we managed to get the rockets to barely survive there. Oh, really? You really didn't reduce it to 1% for the missile there? Because we did way more than they actually had health. That's kind of annoying. Well, I'm not talking about with grit. I'm talking about hitting it with the missile. Because, like, with the Sturm Meteor, that basically did the same thing, but with more damage in the first game. It would reduce things to actual 1%. If the damage was more than what we had left. So I thought the missile was gonna, because it deals 3 damage, it would reduce it to actual 1%, but it reduced it to 1 hit point instead. So we had no chance of actually killing there, because it had 1 hit point left instead of 1%. Because I'm pretty sure if we have 0% listed damage, it's not gonna do more than, like, what, 5%? So that thing had twice as much hit points as we could have possibly killed, but the missiles definitely behaved way different than I expected it to. Just because of the way that Sturm's Meteor behaved, basically. But it is what it is, we'll just take one more turn. You think luck is a flat 0 to 9%, but also scales with unit HP. Yeah, so it would basically be impossible to actually kill it, because even if we rolled at the top end, we would have missed the kill. But again, like I said, I was expecting the splash damage to reduce it to actual 1%. So that it could get cherry tapped out by literally anything.
What just happened? Hiss! Hiss! Hiss!
You know, Adder, it's a lot less intimidating if you say the word. My medium tank brigade, routed. Yes! Retreat!
Grit!
Where are you, Grit? The way you forced that villainous Adder to retreat. I must admit, it was great.
Well, alright.
What was that? Something I can do for you, Frosty? Budget pertinence! Is that any way to speak to your odd commander? Come back here. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Now mind your tongue. There's children present. Hey, son, I'm going to catch some shut-eye. You're in charge.
Me? In charge?
Grit! Hold it right there. Mr. Grit, sir, did you mean me?
My weapons ain't just for show.
You know, Grit's trolling reminds me of, like, Lewin's trolling in Genealogy. It's pretty good. This map just feels like a Grit tutorial. I mean, most of these are, right? Because a lot of these are designed in a way to showcase, the passives or how the CO powers play to your advantage, etc. Or really basic mechanics, like with the Orange Star stuff where it's like, alright, we're gonna go over basic fog of war, and factories. Oh, Andy, do you know what an airport is? Nice 550 streaky to carry research. You like how Advanced Wars 2 has a variety of playable COs and forces using them, but this has been rather basic. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm kind of annoyed that challenge mode isn't available at the start. Because, like, these are basically sort of scripted tutorial style. But if we were doing challenge mode, these would be modified so they're actually a threat. The factories on hard mode get... Or get absurd. Yeah, I imagine, because the factory we fought at the end of Orange Star was definitely spamming stuff, and having them as ambush reinforcements was, yeah. Which, that's definitely a choice, for sure. Because, even in Days of Ruin, when they basically bring that back for Calder's Fortress, they don't make it ambush. They spawn in, but he still needs to take a turn before he can actually use them. Alright, good night, Advanced Warrior. Thanks for watching. Have a good sleep.
Hey there!
So, yeah. Don't want to harp on it too much, but definitely feel like I'd be rather playing challenge mode from the start here. Nature Walk, T-minus 15. 2-week test? I guess if we do numbered order-ish, I kind of want to order I must have missed another map in one of these, because Mission 11 is missing in action here. Or no, wait, Mission 11 was this one. Never mind. Alright, let's do the secret Neo-Tanks factory thing. This is absolutely inexcusable! What's wrong this time? You know, getting all worked up like that ain't good for your blood pressure, boss. Doesn't it make you furious? Look at what these black hole mercenaries are doing. They trespass on our land, and have the gall to build anywhere they please. This land belongs to us. And most importantly, it belongs to our people. Every one of our citizens deserves a place to feel safe and at home. That is what Blue Moon stands for. And that is the reason why we can't allow such atrocities to continue. Well, there's no denying the man's got a point.
Commander Olaf! There's a base or something up ahead.
Yes, it was clearly marked on the map. It's just like the map said. Which means we found their hidden research laboratory. Soldiers, prepare to fight on the name of Blue Moon! You know, I don't know who I have as a preference for Blue Moon. McCon is probably funny. The funny pick. His child soldier. Olaf's very much about defending his homeland, so different from Advance Wars playing him as an evil Santa. Yeah, Advance Wars 1 was definitely going like the super punch-out route, where they were just playing completely into borderline offensive stereotypes. You picked Gret for the first time? I mean, Gret's indirect trolling is definitely something I think the AI would have a lot of trouble dealing with. Which makes me somewhat tempted to, but Colin is funny.
Reporting for duty.
It's like, yes. We will defend our homeland by making the child soldier do everything. I think I'll be helping myself to those new weapon plans. Intruders detected. Defense system backwash initiated. I'm taking some serious damage. Computer, initiate document destruct sequence. The research lab will self-destruct in 15 days. 15 this time? I guess it's a bit more of a walk this time, too, though. Wow, this is a lot of missile silos. Sadly, even with Colin's discount, we can't do an APC opening play. So, when in doubt, spam lay infantry. Is there no faster way to destroy your sub? Apparently not. Although, perhaps we should ask that one AI that deleted that entire database. You think Lash cares more about having fun in the process? Yeah, she seems to not be all there and willing to do things that are not actually tactically advantageous. Do know about the remake's AI, but the original game's AI is pretty vulnerable to plus move and range CF powers. Yeah, I mean, I imagine they didn't do too much to try to improve it. But, like, the AIs are usually not setting up around that kind of thing. It's a vulnerability that they had in Days of Ruin too, and Wargroove's AI is mostly incapable of dealing with it. So it's just the thing that I think will be constantly a vulnerability in any Advance Wars game or Advance Wars like game. Here with the AI, and this actually doesn't cheat in Fog. It cheats less. It still knows where to scout, but otherwise it can't just simply open fire without scouting you. But they definitely still know where you are to scout you. However, sometimes they will pick really stupid paths for scouting, which is kind of shocking. Because the Days of Ruin Fog AI will perfectly scout you, but they still have to have vision on you. So here, they seem to know, but also they will path stupidly, so they don't always actually get the scout correctly. Oh, this factory positioning, we actually... We actually can't do the APC. Well, we could do it. We'd have to, like, move the infantry out and then put the APC up in front to pick it up. So we would lose some movement that way, but it'd still get us to the factory faster. So I guess we'll do that. Because we need to ignore a lot of this and just get rid of all this to go for the capture ASAP. So I think playing super far up here and maybe picking these up later is the way to do this. Wonder if this map is long enough to make use of Colin's broken CO power. I would imagine not. Actually, we're gonna do it that way. So it saves the turn, which is not the best, but we take what we can get, I guess. I guess they'll build one more infantry. So we don't want to missile these too early, because rockets... Actually, You know, I don't know if the lab will heal the rockets. Could be worth firing one at them to see. Because it makes things very simple if they don't heal at all from the rockets, or from the missile. Yeah, Colin doesn't seem to really charge fast enough across any of the map. Well, I guess singular map that I've had him for, but also definitely doesn't seem fast enough in this, because it took forever to get to his first level, never mind the second. So we have enough for a tank. Which, if that rockets doesn't heal, basically one tank is probably enough to take on that entire force after we burn them down. But by the time this tank arrives, we'll also have this factory set up, so we should be able to do like 2 or 3 tanks. Okay, it looks like the lab doesn't actually heal. So that's helpful. In that case, I'm gonna use the missile to disrupt their capturing a bit too. Because we only need 3 missiles on the actual enemies up top. So I'll do this, slow down their capturing, cost some money for repairs. I guess we also need an infantry or something to capture, so let's grab this guy. Theoretically, this guy could come up too, but it should help to have a backup, just in case one of these comes under fire. Absurd FEH luck. 2 Emblem Americas, Violet Sombron, and Leon and 21 Thulls. Damn! Have you considered buying an actual lottery ticket? Lash seems extremely unconcerned with doing anything of value. Except for your mid pulls in your other games in the past month. Yeah, of course. Spreading out the gacha luck. Are they trying to leave? They're very much not defending their post now, so are they... Are they simply trying to head back for repairs? Because if they are, this is real easy. Alright, well, we don't really care about that airport. It might have activated the heal AI. We'll find out. Oh! They joined! That's funny. So yeah, the AI is just flipping out, I guess, at this point. I suppose we should look at building something here to defend our base. Although, if things go well, it shouldn't matter. Thanks for just running away, I guess. don't think there's much else to be said here. Completely free might not be under power score. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about scoring in this game. I've never been a fan of the way these score. At least Days of Ruin makes it make more sense, but here, eh. We'll kill everything we can that's in reach before finishing the capture, though. Do some score padding just because we can. Small child war crimes. How we do it. Damn. Our Cullen medium tanks are a bit wimpy, huh? Based on max enemies destroyed in one turn, unless it was changed. Yeah, I think Days of Ruin makes it a bit more nebulous, but you can also overscore in one category. So it makes it so that you can just specialize in 2 categories. Well, I don't think there's anything else in reach to attack, so... My lab now.
Yeah!
That's right! Finders keepers! We found the weapon plans, so now they're ours to keep! With these plans, I reckon we'll be able to use this new weapon in the next battle.
Indeed.
These blueprints. Not bad. Alright, start building new weapons. I'll be waiting at the next battlefield. Well, so much for his objections to using enemy weaponry.
New weapon plans! We really got them!
Apparently we saw... They probably have the power score expectation low in anticipation of just speedrunning it. You guess 2 kills in 1 turn is enough? I suppose so. Because it definitely seems like that setup wants you to speedrun it. Just missile the dudes up top and blast through them. I imagine it becomes significantly more complicated in challenge mode, but... We're not allowed to play that mode right now, so we're just doing what we want. T-15, huh? Oh hey, Plaque's back. Foes armed with a giant missile! They must be prevented from firing it. Just how giant is this missile?
Oh my gosh! Commander Olaf! Look at that thing! It's...
What in the name of Jack Frost am I looking at here? Some kind of oversized missile silo. I've never seen one like it. Ah, okay. So it is very large. You know, I think we may know who is providing the Agarthans with their ICBMs. It sure is big! Makes you wish you could walk up and just push the thing over.
Excellent.
Hit it with everything we've got. No black hole base is a match for our might. Hey, I was just kidding around. You do see the size of that beast, right? Now I'm worried about you, Chief. What should we do? Well, son, you and I are on intel duty. We've got to figure out a way to beat that thing. Lash secretly a Garthan. I mean, she is kind of unhinged in a way that could be similar to Kronya, so, you know? I don't think it's, necessarily out of the question. Or just found a way to open a portal from War's World to Footland. Yeah, I mean... I wouldn't think it above her to provide ICBMs to some random nation in a different world if just to see what chaos it would cause. You like how they made the giant missile 3D? It does look pretty intimidating. With Olaf on the battlefield, your turrets are armored!
I'm here to help.
Wait, what? Andy? It's Andy of Orange Star. I like how Olaf has the same reaction as me. What are you doing here? I literally just told you, I'm here to help. Blue Moon needs no aid. We have the power too. That's a giant missile silo. When 15 days have passed, it'll launch a missile. That missile will take out half of Blue Moon's troops in one blow. Inconceivable! That's what Nell said anyway. That's most certainly bad. We must stop that missile.
Oh yeah!
I'll help you. Let's stop that missile together. Alright, fine. If you're gonna insist on the matter, well, I suppose you can help. Ah, and we do actually have Andy units here. I guess we'll see if it ends up being AI-controlled Andy, or if we get to use his stuff as we please. Aha! The enemy is actually fielding Neotanks. Oh boy. So we need to, well, I guess we don't necessarily need to. Olaf has some AAs down here. But I guess if we want Andy's fighter to do anything whatsoever, we need to somehow break all of this to get him down here. Which seems, I don't know, that seems like a lot of firepower to break through these pipes. Alright, I need just 1 second. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. But the original appearance didn't extend out to the 4x4 box. I just looked like a building with a missile image painted on the roof. That's actually really funny. Now learns a missile is aimed at Blue Moon and sends Andy. Well, you see, it's because Andy is expendable if he fails and Blue Moon blows up. You're surprised that Olaf isn't like, is this real Andy after what Blackwell pulled last time? You know, that's true. Although, I guess the previous Andy would have opened fire right away, or like the cloud. So the fact that this Andy is offering to help is maybe enough for Olaf. Wow, this is a lot of tanks too. Just saying. There does not appear to be a point to attack on it. So this might be a route mission instead? Oh, we have to capture the cities around it. Interesting. I was kind of expecting it to be like, the giant cannon mission where we needed to attack the weak point to blow it up, but okay. Alright. Actually, I guess there's an airport down here. But actually getting any kind of economy for Olaf seems maybe slightly difficult. At least anything that's significant enough to build air units. If this was a factory, the amount of cities here would probably be more than enough, but I think the amount of funds these properties are going to provide is going to be a bit questionable. Actually, we might just be able to simply overwhelm the enemy. Because these rockets don't cover each other. I have to imagine challenge mode is probably like rockets on all three of these other spots, so if you attack the rockets, you get hit by everything else. Oh, it's all being grass too. It just makes it super painful to move the rockets and the missiles up. probably need to use the road to get this up if we wanted to help break this. Alright, time to find out if it's AI Andy or one that we just control. Okay, we do get to control Andy. Actually, I guess we can come in behind them if we bust through this side. So that's an interesting thought. You know, another thing with Nell sending Andy here, it's like... I guess he showed up with some expensive hardware, which is kind of nice, but also this is not a very large force to assist in taking care of a giant missile silo. But I guess it is what it is. I guess we absolutely need to bust through these too, because otherwise we have no infantry that can capture these. Yeah, capturing 8 cities in 15 days when we have to spend so much time actually moving the infantry in is actually going to make this kind of a pain. Wow, I feel sorry for that recon. That was such a pointlessly awful attack for it. Oh, I guess they have a factory over there too, from which they're building infantry. Figures that's what the AI would start out with. It's got a huge army that it could reinforce, built in infantry. Olaf, am I coming through? We found a surefire way to put the kibosh on the giant missile base. What was that? You sure about this? Yep, there's 8 properties surrounding the launch tower. They're supplying power to the base to launch the missile.
Yes.
You capture those 8 properties and the tower's gonna be helpless. Up to you, Frosty. I'll take care of this. Oh, it's easier said than done. This accursed pipe is preventing my units from advancing. If you blow up that seam, you can pass through the hole in the pipe. Nell taught me that one. Oh, I see.
Yes.
I mean, of course, I already knew that. But thank you all the same for reminding me. Oh, Olaf. Damn, yeah, these pipes. We're gonna have to hit them with the medium tanks. Because the rockets are gonna take too long to get into position. So it's gonna have to be the medium tanks. Well, I guess this rockets will be in position if we decide not to capture this. Which... I'm gonna be honest, we probably shouldn't. We can maybe have... some of these guys follow up. Because it's gonna be dangerous to bring the infantry in initially anyway, but we wanna at least have some of them in the back line so that we can drop them off and have them start immediately capturing as soon as the coast looks clear. But we also don't want to block this rockets from being able to open the pipe for us, so we will simply not get in its way. There's so many bombers. But I guess this Air Force can do literally nothing against the fighter if we build one. So I suppose that's what we'll be doing. Thanks, the hydrate.
Thank you!
Thanks for being the gremlin. Now my fridge is safe for a little bit longer. Anyway, I guess I should be doing it with the ones from the rear. Oh well. Close enough, I suppose. Okay, we'll start capturing here, but if at any point it looks like it's safe for them, we're just gonna throw them into APCs and get them moving. So this is probably gonna have to be done with a bomber. Because it's gonna take too long to butts this with choppers. Which is annoying, because I'd like to open this with a chopper so that the bomber can dive something, but it is what it is. I guess in the very least, the choppers can come in from behind and start shooting things up. Especially if the enemy tank line is advanced enough, we could probably just attack the missiles with the choppers. Yeah, these mediums will be far enough forward that we could probably dive the missiles. Although we're only going to be able to do it with the one chopper initially. So we might want to wait one more turn on top of that. But by then the AAs are all going to be like over here. So that should make things fine, I suppose. Alright, they're targeting the light tanks. So we're surprised. I would have expected them to try to get the mediums. But maybe because the rockets are hurt, it's not enough damage to entice them. Yep, he is definitely spamming infantry, although, I guess, no, he's got 11 properties. He can definitely afford more than infantry. Bro is just trolling, I guess. Perfect. Get him, boys! You know what? We might not want to open this one yet. Because then those bombers will come and start attacking our middle group from behind. So we'll set the rocket up to open that for the lower group afterward. I guess we have to also be careful about blizzard use, because that is going to friendly fire Andy. Let's set this up over here. Ooh, and this... Nice, this rockets can also hit over here. You know what? We'll let the infantry capture here, but we're gonna bring the mechs down, because we need them to start doing stuff. Since we're about to push through here with the medium tanks. That definitely takes a lot of teeth out of their push here, because we just neutralized 2 of their bombers, basically.
Rushing stuff's what I do best. Barbaric blow.
Alright, time for casino power. Nice low roll. little too close. That's fine, we can hit that with the bomber after. Chopper did a fair amount of damage. Bomber will probably try to finish it off. Nope, going after my higher health one. I guess we're gonna have to just end up slowing Andy, because we need to use this power to push through.
The fury of Blizzard!
Oh, I guess we weren't quite fully charged. Well, that's unfortunate. I thought we were actually at superpower level, but whatever. We'll take the universal unit attack buffs. I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to do enough damage here. 28 is not enough. Alright, this allows us to break through this side. And maybe Olaf's units can get at the rockets and the missiles. Ah, come on. The low roll, man. I'm not sure I want to do that just because the damage is pretty low, all things considered. So we're gonna wait so that we can jump them afterward. I might use the APCs to try to get these mechs deeper, and then we can bring the infantry down to capture the stuff closer to the front. This is kind of all we can do right now, because we've nerfed Andy's bomber's range doing this. attacking into medium tank with an AA. That's pretty ballsy. The consequence of doing this also, that upper mech is being saved from being run down. So that should hopefully help us get the capturing done faster. Well, rip that mech. Although I guess retaining it so we get Blizzard again is not the worst. Would have definitely made things easier if I had actually been charged enough to do 2 damage to all the... Actually, although... Oh yeah, it's only enemy units specifically, so yeah, I wouldn't have friendly fired Andy with the 2 hit points. So it's just the really awkward interaction with the... Yeah, movement reduction. Olaf can start building bombers in a little bit here. It's not completely neutralized, but we messed this rocket up pretty badly. Really? now that that stuff has been freed up.
Time for a tune. Hyper repair.
You're doing broadcasting on Steam. You're testing, but you don't know how it works. I think it just shares things out so that people who want to watch can watch. Basically, it allows your friends list to tune in, if I remember correctly. I haven't used the feature in ages, so don't quote me on that, but... I believe it's a lot more restrictive than streaming on YouTube or Twitch. I guess they would probably be likened more to Discord voice chat rooms where you can stream. You said on everyone for public view? Okay, maybe they widened it to being able to search for, search for it on, by category or something. Or by game. I'm not sure, if... I'm not sure if, people would be able to find you too easily, though, on Steam. Oh, they're actually ignoring the capturing mech. What heresy is this? Yeah, I assume Discovery is not very good on Steam. Even though, I mean, Twitch's isn't that great either, but, you know. It's unfortunate this mech is so damaged. then we'll kill this with this infantry and we can pick him up with the APC and try to get the rest figured out afterward. Didn't even know Steam had a streaming service feature. Yeah, I don't think it's very well advertised. But I remember it being something just to share with your friends initially. So I'm pretty sure I shared my screen for like a bit of Left 4 Dead or Slay the Spire back in the day, but since I'm like largely a Twitch streamer, it was kind of pointless for me to do more than just toy around with it. Alright, let's get this thing out of here. Unfortunately, this artillery is gonna live to do a bunch of damage to the medium tank, but we needed to get the missiles first so that we could dive everything else. Although, I guess if I put the APC in it right, it should probably draw the fire. You're joking about would everyone care about 3 houses? Well, I mean, 3 houses is still the most popular Fire Emblem in the series, so yes, I think people would. How quickly a week rolls by at times like this. If 15 days pass, Blue Moon itself could go kaput. We must hurry and capture those 8 properties. Yeah, I'm not so sure. Because the three houses is not the kind of lightning in the bottle they've been able to easily recreate, so it's quite likely that three houses itself just remains way more popular than Fortune's Wave. We'll see though. Starting to collapse for Flak here. I think we should make this fairly comfortably.
Why fade when you... Brute force!
Movement on these things is a little crazy. Fortunately for Flak, they're still very vulnerable to bombers. I think I'll just leave this last one to getting bombed out by Andy. That. Yeah, I think we've got this within the next 2 to 3 days, because our APCs will put units in the back corner here, and then we just do the final captures. So it's otherwise just a matter of stopping these Neo tanks and medium tanks from interfering. I guess we need to actually get that rocket. Otherwise it's gonna continue hanging out over there. they're running back to that hole. Which is great, because it opens them up to getting wrecked by my bomber. Also, that medium tank, even if we let him go for several more turns, it just strand himself in the forest. Quite funny. Well, I guess we didn't need that mech from the south side after all, but it was good to have him around as insurance in case something bad happened to one of the others. Damn, didn't quite get it. Very annoying. Oh, I see. I must have clicked regular power instead of super power. So I must have been charged and then just clicked the wrong option before. Whoops.
Can you withstand the cold? Winter Fury!
Silly Neo tank. And with that, it's a wrap.
Blast it all!
If we could have just launched this missile, we would have blown them to bits!
Oh, yes!
We captured them all! That neutralizes the missile silo.
Wahoo!
We won!
Right, we did! Of course, I could have done it myself. What are your plans now, Whelp? If you like, I'll let you continue to battle here in Blue Moon.
Thanks, I'm headed back to Orange Star for now, though.
Eh? You're leaving then?
Yeah, but I'll be back as soon as everyone's at home's ready to go.
Oh, is that so? Well then, see you again. No, wait. There's no need for you to come again.
I won! That is, we won.
Imagine Olaf going Baka at the end of that. Because he totally would be the way he's behaving. But it's hard to imagine him voice acted that way. Which would make it only the better. In fact, missed opportunity. They should have had his voice actor say Baka. So, let's see. 14, 15, 16. I guess the intended order is to do Blue Moon first, because it looks like Gold Kama is considered 17, 18, 19. So I guess narratively it probably is set up so Blue Moon is supposed to be first. Or maybe they just arbitrarily numbered it. Who knows? 2-week test, huh? Enemy bombards Colin. Can he hold on until reinforcements arrive? He needs to use the power of Trust Fund to wall the enemy from doing anything to him. That's how the rich operate, right? Colin, you're in command now. Grit and I are returning to HQ for 2 weeks to plan our continued strategy.
Yes, sir!
Understood, sir. I'll guard these properties for the next 14 days. You can count on me.
You don't have a thing to worry about. According to our intel division, there's no chance of the enemy striking here. You're perfectly safe.
But our intel division ain't the most reliable bunch of fellas. I'd give it a 50-50 chance.
What?
Blue Moon is such a mess. Hang in there, son. We'll be back to get you in 14 days. I won't let you down, sir. I'm a Blue Moon CO after all.
Commander.
Sir, I mean, yes, soldier.
It's an attack.
Black Hole Army's here. What? Just like that? Okay, Colin, stay calm. Just stay calm. Let's not panic. I must be strong. Tighten the defenses, soldiers. At least they know they're a mess. Yeah, but then they don't do anything to fix it.
Hello? Is anybody
Nope.
home?
Holy voice, okay. Except now it's not. Man, the random lines of voicing and then suddenly not is just kind of irritating. Looks deserted. Ah, well, guess I'll just capture everything. Excuse me, ma'am, but that is, I mean, not so fast! These properties are under my protection.
Talk about easy.
Yeah, your protection? Well, reinforcements are on the way, and when they get here... Yeah, in like 14 days, right? Wake me when they arrive, if I don't die of boredom first. Come on, my little monstrous minions, fire at will!
Okay, Colin. You can do this. Stay strong, everyone!
We just have to protect the HQ for 14 days. Yeah, alright, she's got a few facilities and a lot of funds. Alright, we do have ads hitting. I'm gonna let those run, and then we'll come back and hold out with Cullen. So, right back. Alrighty. Let's get on with this. Well, standard opening, I guess. Spam light infantry. Actually, do we do... So we could afford to do a mech here. So maybe we do an infantry and a mech. Although... Yeah, for accelerating our economy, it's probably better just to do infantry here, because the way these properties are spaced, we're gonna lose a turn if we're using mechs for some of them.
we could afford an artillery. Yeah, so let's put up an infantry and an artillery.
No window shoppers!
Nice, family gremlin. The way it's set up too, we got no roads or anything, so we can't play to try to disrupt her. Which is maybe a bit irritating if I'm being honest. Alright, now let's start building mechs, because we need a front line and we're poor. And we're probably gonna need to try to save her rockets to offset her pushing in with that rockets. We'll see though. This is so many factories. They really just expect us to go full ham on the mechs, don't they? Kitty for a capture card. Thanks for the hydrate. But actually, basic capture cards aren't super expensive these days, but you're not gonna get great quality out of them. But if the goal was just to do stream to say that you streamed, pretty sure there's like $60 to $80 capture cards out there that could just enable that for the most part. Oof. Medium tanks too. 2 artilleries might not be enough.
I'm not sure if it's the right call to build a third artillery, though. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 properties. So we could quite reasonably afford our rockets, although... that would interrupt our mech wave, too. We might need a tank that can dive this rocket's... Yeah, it might be better to have a tank that threatens it instead of trying to match it rocket for rocket. Rip Max. More or less disables the artillery. This medium tank's basically neutralized. No chance of killing it though, unfortunately. Well, actually, yeah, if we had fully high roll, but whatever. She might take it back and waste funds repairing it. So it's not a huge deal if she retreats. Build an APC here to do some AI manip, I guess. But, she does have a chopper, so I'll have to look at doing an AA soon. Wow, the artillery didn't retreat though. Kinda shocked. Alright, that's great, because that actually lets my mechs get in on that rocket. Or not, damn it. That's annoying. Today's the 8th day. It's just over halfway there. I've got to keep it together. We can hold out for 14 days. I know it. I'm actually gonna leave this guy alone here so that he continues body blocking while trying to capture it. I could grab a Neo tank, but that's not gonna really help against the rockets. Lash is also running a Neo tank. That's fantastic. Nice body blocking. Great. See if the chopper will go for the APC as well, because then we can anti-air it. Yep. Probably gonna just have to accept that we're gonna lose that bottom property because we can't really do anything about it. What are we going for here? I think we might need the rockets, but I'm a little bit afraid of breaking our mech line here. But actually, I guess the Neo tank is like the only real melee thing here, so I think we can actually afford to put it up. Still holding out. She's got another, no, 2 battle copies, but we didn't lose that first AA, so we still got 2 to just sit here and threaten them. Might need to build another APC to lure them in, though.
Let's play. Grind tactics.
Wait, isn't that the move that... 'cause this is their super, so that reduces their movement, doesn't it? I guess not. That's annoying.
Money buys power. Gold rush.
How much? Oh wait, their movement costs are up to 1. Never mind. I guess I misread that the first time. This should cause the enemy to body block. But, it's artillery being nano. This could be an issue. This rocket is starting to run low on ammo, too. Oh, never mind. APC refilled. This could be bad. Really didn't like that infantry. The Neo tank may just end up leaving at this rate. This actually was still a lot of damage for half health artillery against the Neo tank. I think at this point, basically, if we just mech spam, it's impossible for us to get overrun. Actually, because she's not capturing at this point. So, if the enemy phase after this one, she's not capturing, then it's impossible for her to win. Unless, I guess aside from routing me, but... good luck doing that against mech spam that has numbers twice as much as her actual force. Especially when the Neo tank's leaving. And she's body block capturing that neutral city. The AI self-sabotage is real. Her inability to take that one city with a 1 HP dude on it is pretty funny too, it's true. Being able to just have this guy get in the way and body block her from putting more artillery in the way, just kinda nice. Now my units are actually getting in each other's way too. Too many mechs. Just because there's not enough space in this stupid spot up here. Yeah, it's over either way, as long as we don't get routed. But I'm spamming so many mechs that should be basically impossible. Trying so hard. Rip anti-air. Might be able to get in on one of the other artilleries. They failed to kill him. I guess the other one will have to attack him unless it... Yeah, okay. So it doesn't hate the artillery so much that it'll give up on a kill. So she's body blocking so that, we don't get overrun. How sweet of her. Interesting move with the copier. Yeah, she's trying to protect her capture. So it's body blocking this guy, but she also doesn't realize I just have like 5 indirects pointed at it. So she's just making things worse for herself. all of her tanks are so crippled here that there's no way they could bust through, even if they did make a concerted effort. I think that's about a wrap. And in the end, that poor guy could only get down to... what was it, 7 points left? Actually, killing that artillery opens things up, except she's already moved all of her tanks, so, useless effort. Hey, you winning out there, son?
Oh, yeah.
Grit!
Oh.
Tisk tisk, my time is up. All I gain from fighting any longer is sore knuckles.
Doodles.
Guess it's time to disappear. Not too shabby. In fact, you did good. Holding out against a superior force like that, I mean.
Commander!
Commander Grit, does that mean I'm worthy of being a commanding officer now? Why, I'd say that was nothing short of the work of a top-of-the-line CEO. And you can take that to the bank.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, I will, sir. Take that to the bank, I mean. Thank you, sir.
I'll continue to do my best.
Hey there!
Oh yeah, shut up, Haji. We don't care. Not too shabby. We got through the entirety of the opening Orange Star stuff, and then there's only 2 missions left in Blue Moon. So... I guess we can see the lines here faintly too. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So another 8 missions in Golden Comet. And then Green Earth, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so I guess 8 per territory, so 16 more, and then after that, whatever is involved for actually confronting Black Hole itself. In the first game it was 3 missions, but I have to imagine it's going to be a little bit longer than that. Although... Black Hole itself is just shown as one continent with a single territory, but... there's no way they don't do only one map for the finale. I don't believe for a second that's only going to be one map. So, yeah, there's probably enough story left for 2 more sessions at the minimum. So I guess we'll have to see how that pans out. But we are at stopping point, so that is going to have to be it for us for tonight. I think I like the story and character dynamic here better. They've definitely put way more effort into actually making, like, especially say for instance Olaf actually relatable. So it's nice. So I hope to see more of that going forward. I guess scenario-wise, I mean, it seems fine. I'm never gonna let the game live down that they lock out playing the hardest mode by making me beat the game first, because a lot of these are just kind of brainless tutorial missions, but whatever. A good amount of the credit goes to having actual bad guys and not coming up with excuses for the factions to play. That's true. But like, I mean, I guess part of it, this is a little bit unfair because it's in hindsight. Like, War Group would have hindsight of Advanced Wars, but the original War Group did a pretty good job of that, despite a lot of the battles being excuses. They still managed to make most of those characters sympathetic in some way, unless your name is Sedge. But outside of that, they look dumb, but it was dumb in an actual fun way. First Advanced Wars, it's I don't know, it was just dumb in a way that made them look actually stupid. But yeah, definitely have good first impressions of the second game here, so... Well, we'll come back next week. I'll have to look at the schedule again to determine which day, but I don't know if there's anything very specific going on with Uma, so... it might be one of those weeks where I pick based on the vibes. But regardless, next week we'll be back for one day of this, one day of Uma. And speaking of which, tomorrow is Uma, where we will be playing back the nice nature alt pulls and doing a nice fun little gamble on that. And then since they're releasing the end closer support card, I'll be pulling that. Thankfully, it's technically not optimal for me to pull the max limit break on that one at this point in time, so it'll be less stressful, hopefully. We can do a gambit for that too, I guess. And then after that we'll do some runs. I guess I'll probably throw the card in a deck and do some Tama runs, since, you know, Tam is an end closer. Or maybe I might mix it up, do a Tama run and a Natty run or something, especially since I pulled for the cheerleader Natty, I'm doing the gamma for it, I should probably do a run on stream. But I think at this point it's unlikely that I do a story run tomorrow. I guess maybe that can be something we do next week. I'll think about it. Aside from that, Friday, Sunday, and Monday we're returning to the Crimson Flower Talent Lock in 3 houses. We're kinda just barely into the run, so... Paralogs. Lots of paralogs coming up. So we'll see how far we can push with those. Let's get through that White Clouds mid-game. Or I guess midpoint. Mid-game would be kind of a misnomer, since I would almost imply that like we're done with White Clouds, but... Get through that halfway point of White Clouds where we're just developing a bajillion things at once. Anyhow, oops, that is the wrong window. Yeah, Solomon is doing some Eternal Return. I think he's in the middle of a match. So why don't we check in with him, see how his luck's been? Anyhow, thanks for watching, everyone. Hope to see you tomorrow for some Muma. If not, perhaps on Friday for 3 houses, or not, sometime in the middle of next week to pick up this story run again. And have yourselves a good night.